If you're enjoying this video, smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell. Share it with your friends and let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Every like and subscribe helps the channel grow. I still see them in my dreams. Perfect circles of dead deer, their bodies cut open with surgical precision. No animal I know could do that. No human either. At least, no normal human. My name is Evelyn Rhodes. I'm a park ranger in the Boundary Waters of Minnesota, and I've seen things that shouldn't exist. It all started with the first heavy snow of 1967. Winter came early that year, a blanket of white covering everything before most folks were ready. I wasn't worried. After quitting my job as a biology professor, I'd found peace in these woods. The isolation suited me just fine. That morning, I woke up to an unusual silence. Even in winter, the forest has sounds. Wind in the pines, ice cracking on the lakes, the occasional call of a bird. But there was nothing, complete stillness. I should have known then that something was wrong. I made my morning coffee, my breath clouding in the cold cabin air. Through the window, I could see fresh snow had fallen overnight, perfect for tracking any unusual activity. I put on my heavy coat, grabbed my field journal and checked that my glasses were secure. Left lens cracked as always. I'd been meaning to replace them for months, but somehow never got around to it. Just another day in paradise, I muttered to myself, a habit from living alone too long. My assistant Jake was supposed to arrive later that day. Young guy, eager to learn, reminded me of myself before the university pushed me out for my impossible theories about rapid evolutionary adaptation. If only they could see what I've documented out here, they'd understand I wasn't crazy after all. I started my usual patrol route, snowshoes crunching through the fresh powder. The lakes were beginning to freeze, but the ice was still dangerous, too thin in most places to walk on, too thick for boats. Perfect isolation, just how I liked it. 3 hours into my patrol, I found the first deer. Its body was splayed open from throat to belly, organs removed with precision no predator could manage. No blood in the snow, none, like it had been drained elsewhere and placed here deliberately. Curious but not alarmed yet, I took samples and photos. Wildlife behaves strangely sometimes, and unusual predator behavior was exactly the kind of thing I was here to document. Then I found the second deer, and the third. By the time I found the 12th, arranged in a perfect circle in a small clearing, my scientific curiosity had turned to dread. I stood in the center of the circle, turning slowly, taking in the scene. 12 deer, positioned with mathematical precision, each facing inward, each with their chest cavity emptied and cleaned. I knelt down to examine the nearest carcass. The cut edges were smooth, almost cauterized. No animal did this. As I leaned closer, I noticed something odd about the tracks around the circle. They started as deer prints, then morphed halfway into what looked like bare human footprints. Before, changing back to deer tracks again. That's impossible, I thought. Tracks don't change like that. I pulled out my journal and started sketching, taking notes with fingers growing numb despite my gloves. The temperature was dropping fast, too fast. My thermometer showed a 10-degree drop in just 20 minutes. As I worked, the silence grew heavier. Even the sound of my pencil on paper seemed muffled, as if the air itself was thickening. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible hum. Not quite a sound I could hear with my ears, but something I could feel in my chest, in my teeth, behind. My eyes. I looked up from my journal, suddenly aware I was being watched. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by a snow-laden pine, stood what I first took to be a deer. But something was wrong with its proportions, its skin. I blinked, and for a split second, I could have sworn I saw through it, like looking through cloudy glass at pulsing organs beneath. I fumbled for my camera, but by the time I raised it, the creature was gone. All that remained was a set of tracks, leading away from the clearing. Tracks that kept changing from deer to human and back again. That night, back at my cabin, I radioed headquarters. The connection was terrible, full of static and strange pulsing sounds. Boundary Waters North Station to base, come in. After several tries, I got through to Richards, the night operator. Rhodes, that you? Signal's terrible. Listen, Richards, I need to report something unusual. A dozen deer carcasses arranged in a circle, organs removed with surgical precision. He laughed. What, you think we got aliens up there, Rhodes? I'm serious, there's something out here. The tracks keep changing from, that's when the radio erupted in a burst of static so loud I had to rip the headphones off. When I tried again, there was nothing but a low, pulsing hum, the same sensation I'd felt in the clearing. I looked out my cabin window into the darkness. The snow had started again, heavy flakes illuminated in the glow from my window. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the tree line, tall, unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone, but I knew one thing for certain as I double-checked my door locks that night. Whatever had killed those deer wasn't finished, and somehow I knew it had been watching me all along. Jake was supposed to arrive tomorrow. I should have radioed him to stay away. I should have warned him, but the radio was dead now, and I was alone with whatever was out there in the dark, or maybe I wasn't alone at all. Maybe that was the problem. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind made my eyes snap open. By morning, I was tired and jumpy, but determined to find answers. Jake arrived just after sunrise, his old truck struggling. It through the snow-covered access road. "Professor Rhodes," he called, stepping out with his usual energy. Jake always called me Professor, even though I'd left teaching 3 years ago. "Sorry I'm late. Roads are getting bad out there." I didn't. Tell him about the deer right away. It sounded too crazy, and I needed his clear thinking, not his fear. Instead, I made us both coffee and laid out a plan. "We need to set up some trail cameras," I said. "I've seen some unusual wildlife activity." Jake nodded eagerly. He was young, maybe 25, with a bright mind and endless curiosity. Perfect for a research assistant, terrible for keeping secrets from. "What kind of unusual?" he asked, eyes bright with interest. I sighed and pulled out my journal, showing him the sketches of the deer circle. "Whoa," he whispered, running his finger over the drawing. This can't be natural." "That's what we're going to find out," I said. "Scientific method. We observe, collect data, and form a hypothesis." Jake looked up at me. "You think this is connected to your research, don't you? The rapid adaptation theory?" I didn't answer. I couldn't, because deep down, I was afraid it was. We packed our gear and headed out. The sky was a flat gray, promising more snow. The temperature had dropped another 5 degrees overnight. "Keep your radio on," I told Jake, "and stay where I can see you." We set up motion-triggered cameras in a wide circle around where I'd found the deer. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest was still too quiet. Even Jake noticed. "Where are all the birds?" he asked, looking up at the empty branches. I had no answer for that either. We finished setting the last camera when I spotted something in the snow about 50 yards away. Fresh tracks with that same impossible pattern, deer prints morphing into human footprints and back again. "Jake," I called softly, "come look at this." He crouched beside me, confusion clear on his face. That can't be right. "The tracks are fresh," I said, "less than an hour old. We followed them. I know now that was our first big mistake, but at the time it seemed like the logical thing to do, the scientific thing. The tracks led us to the edge of Blackwater Lake, where the ice was just beginning to form. And there, in the thin layer of snow on the ice, was a perfect circle, about 20 feet across. "Just like the deer," Jake whispered. I took a step onto the ice, testing its strength. It held but creaked ominously. "Stay back," I warned Jake. "This ice is too thin." I crept forward carefully, following the circle. That's when I saw them, spots of deep red against the white snow and grey ice. Blood drops, perfectly spaced around the circle's edge. I knelt to examine one. Unlike the deer scene, this blood was fresh. I took a sample in a small vial, my hand shaking slightly, despite my efforts to remain calm. "Professor!" Jake called, his voice tight with worry. "I think we should go back." I was about to agree when I heard a crack. Not the normal sound of ice settling, but something sharp and deliberate, like a branch being snapped in half. We both turned toward the sound. At the far shore, partially hidden among the trees, stood a figure. From that distance, it looked like a deer, but something about its posture was wrong. Too upright, too still. "Jake," I said quietly, "get the camera, slowly." He fumbled in his backpack, never taking his eyes off the figure. Just as he raised the camera, the ice beneath us made a low, groaning sound. "We need to move," I said. "Now." We backed away slowly, step by careful step. The figure at the shore didn't move. It just watched us. At least I think it was watching us. It had no visible eyes that I could see. Once we were safely on solid ground, I turned to look again. The figure was gone. "Did you get a picture?" I asked Jake. He nodded and showed me the camera display. My breath caught in my throat. Where the deer-like figure should have been, there was only a blurry outline, like heat rising off hot pavement. The trees behind, it were visible, as if we were looking through something that wasn't fully there. "Camera malfunction?" Jake suggested, but his voice wavered. "Maybe," I said, not believing it for a second. Back at the cabin, I examined the blood sample under my portable microscope. What I saw made no scientific sense. The cells were changing as I watched, restructuring themselves in patterns I'd never seen before. This wasn't deer blood. It wasn't human blood either. "Jake," I called, "you need to see this." He looked through the microscope and pulled back, face pale. "What am I looking at?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But whatever this is, it's not from any animal I've ever studied." We spent the rest of the day checking the camera feeds and analyzing the blood sample. As night fell, the radio crackled to life with static. "Try headquarters again," I told Jake. He adjusted the dials, but all we got was that same low, pulsing hum I'd heard before. Beneath it, I could swear there were voices, not speaking any language I knew, but communicating something. "The storm must be interfering," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. That night, the temperature dropped to record lows. The wind picked up, howling around the cabin like a living thing. Neither of us mentioned what we'd seen by the lake, but we both kept looking out the windows into the darkness. Just before midnight, one of our trail cameras sent an alert to my laptop. Something had triggered it. We huddled around the screen, watching as the image loaded. The camera showed an empty clearing at first. Then something moved at the edge of the frame. It walked on 4 legs like a deer, but its movements were wrong, too fluid, joints bending in impossible ways. As it turned toward the camera, I saw its skin, translucent with dark shapes pulsing beneath. The image lasted only 3 seconds before the camera feed went dead. "Equipment failure," I said automatically, scientist to the core. "Has to be." But we both knew better. Something was out there, something that shouldn't exist. "Professor," Jake said quietly, "what do we do now?" I closed the laptop, trying to calm my racing heart. "We stick to the plan. Scientific method. Tomorrow we collect more data." But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the wind and the occasional creak of footsteps on the cabin porch, footsteps that stopped whenever I got up to check, I knew we were dealing with something no scientific method could explain. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a terrible thought was forming. What if my discredited research had been right all along? What if isolated ecosystems could produce evolutionary leaps this dramatic? What if What we were seeing wasn't supernatural at all, but natural, just a nature we didn't understand yet. I fell asleep clutching my field journal, my last coherent thought being that I needed to check the camera near the west trail at first. Light. I didn't know then that Jake would never see that morning. I woke to the sound of Jake's alarm going off in the next room. It kept ringing and ringing. He wasn't turning it off. "Jake?" I called, throwing on my robe. "You up?" No answer. I knocked on his door. Nothing. The alarm kept buzzing. "Jake, I'm coming in," I said, pushing the door open. His bed was empty. The covers were thrown back like he'd gotten up in a hurry. His boots were gone. So was his coat. But his alarm clock was still going off, the red numbers showing 3:17 a.m. My stomach turned to ice. Jake wouldn't go out in the middle of the night. Not after what we'd seen yesterday. I dressed quickly, grabbing my flashlight and gun. I rarely carried the pistol, but something told me I'd need it today. Outside, fresh snow had fallen, covering any tracks that might have shown where Jake went. The sky was just beginning to lighten, a dull grey glow in the east. "Jake!" I called, my voice swallowed by the heavy silence of the forest. I checked around the cabin first, then widened my search. Near the tool shed, I finally found tracks. Jake's boot prints heading into the woods. I followed them, calling his name every few minutes. The tracks led straight to the west trail camera, the one I'd planned to check this morning. The camera was still there, but the memory card was gone. And next to it, I still have nightmares about what I found there. Jake's boots, just his boots with his feet still in them, perfectly cut off at the ankles. No blood, no signs of struggle, just two boots with 2 feet, standing there like he'd simply disappeared from the ankles up. I fell to my knees in the snow, my scientific mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This wasn't possible. People don't just vanish, leaving only their feet behind. I forced myself to take photos, to collect samples from around the boots. Then I carefully placed them in my backpack. I couldn't just leave them there. The walk back to the cabin was the longest of my life. Every shadow in the trees looked like a watching figure. Every crack of a branch sounded like footsteps following me. Once inside, I locked the door and tried the radio again. "Emergency. This is Ranger Rhodes at Boundary Waters North Station. I need immediate assistance. My assistant is missing. Presumed," I couldn't bring myself to say, "dead. In danger. Please respond." Through the static, I heard a voice. "Rhodes? That you again with the deer story? Signal's terrible." It was Richards, sounding exactly like he had yesterday, like we'd never spoken since. "Richards, listen to me. Jake is missing. I found his feet. Just his feet, nothing else." A pause, then a laugh. "Right, and I'm Bigfoot's uncle. Look, the storm's messing with the radios. Call back when you've got a real emergency." "This is a real emergency," I shouted, but the connection was already gone, replaced by that strange pulsing hum. I slumped. At the desk, my mind racing. Why didn't he believe me? It was like he hadn't even heard me. Outside, I noticed something odd. The birds that had been missing were back, but they were flying in perfect geometric patterns, squares, triangles, spirals. I'd never seen anything like it in my 20 years of wildlife study. I checked the other trail cameras from my laptop. 2 were offline completely. 1 showed normal forest scenes, but the last one, the footage made my blood run cold. A group of deer stood in a semicircle, completely still. Then, as if responding to some signal I couldn't hear, they all turned, their heads at exactly the same moment, looking directly at the camera. Their eyes reflected the infrared light, glowing red. Then something moved among them, something that looked like a deer, but wasn't. Its movements were too smooth, its limbs bending in ways that should have been impossible. As it passed each normal deer, they fell to the ground, like puppets with cut strings. The creature paused, then turned to face the camera. Its skin seemed to shift and ripple, becoming nearly transparent. For a brief moment, I could see organs pulsing beneath that translucent skin. Then it opened its mouth wider than any deer could, revealing rows of teeth that no herbivore should have. The camera feed cut to static. I closed the laptop, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. Whatever these things were, they were aware of us. They were hunting. I spent the rest of the day securing the cabin, boarding up windows, setting up alarms with fishing line and tin cans, anything to give me warning if something approached. As dusk fell, the radio crackled to life again, but this time, no one answered my calls. Instead, I heard what sounded like breathing, then a series of clicks and hums that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I turned it off and sat in silence, listening to the wind picking up outside. The temperature was dropping again, now well below zero. The windows creaked with frost forming on them. Around midnight, I heard something on the porch, soft footsteps pacing back and forth. I gripped my gun and waited, barely breathing. A shadow passed by the window, tall, vaguely human-shaped, but moving all wrong. Then came a sound that I'll never forget. 3 knocks on the door, followed by a voice that sounded exactly like, "Jakes, Professor, let me in. It's freezing out here." My heart nearly stopped. It sounded just like him, exactly like him. "Professor, I forgot my key. Please open the door." I knew it couldn't be Jake. I'd seen his boots, his feet. Whatever was outside wasn't him. "Go away," I called, my voice shaking. A pause, then, "Professor Rhodes, it's me, Jake. I'm hurt. I need help." The voice was perfect. Every inflection, every hint of fear. If I hadn't known better, I would have opened the door without hesitation. Instead, I stayed silent, gun trained on the door. After a few minutes, I heard a low, frustrated sound. Not human, not animal, but something in between. The footsteps moved away from the door. I crept to the window and carefully pushed the curtain aside just enough to peek out. What I saw standing in the yard wasn't Jake. It wasn't even human. It was one of the deer-like creatures, standing upright on 2 legs, its front limbs hanging at its sides like arms. Its skin rippled and shifted in the moonlight, partly reflecting the snow around it, partly transparent enough to see the strange organs pulsing within. As I watched, it opened its mouth and Jake's voice came out again. "Professor!" Then it changed, its body twisting and reshaping until it looked almost like a human figure, but wrong, like someone who'd only seen humans in pictures trying to form a human shape. I let the curtain fall back and sat on the floor, back against the wall, gun clutched to my chest. I didn't sleep at all that night. The thing that wasn't Jake kept calling, sometimes with his voice, sometimes with others I didn't recognize. By morning, it was gone. But the porch was covered in strange tracks, deer prints that changed to human footprints and back again. I knew then that I was dealing with something beyond my understanding, something that could mimic voices, shapeshift, and had taken Jake for some purpose I couldn't begin to guess, and I was trapped with it, cut off from the outside world by miles of wilderness and a growing winter storm. That afternoon, checking my cameras again, I saw that wolves had abandoned their territory completely, something they never do unless forced. Other animals were behaving strangely too, moving in coordinated patterns like they were being controlled. I was running out of explanations and time, because whatever these creatures were, they were getting bolder, getting closer, and I was beginning to suspect they were planning something much bigger than just hunting me. 3 days passed. 3 days of watching, waiting, and growing more afraid. I'd run out of ways to explain what was happening with normal science. The radio wouldn't connect. Do anyone helpful anymore, just static or that strange humming sound. When I did get through, the person on the other end would either laugh at me or seem not to hear what I was actually saying. The snow kept falling. The temperature kept dropping. I was trapped. On the morning of the 4th day after Jake disappeared, I decided I had to do something. I couldn't just hide in the cabin forever. My food would run out eventually, and I needed answers. I bundled up against the biting cold and packed a small bag, Food, extra ammo, my journal, and a first aid kit. If I could reach the ranger station at Pine Ridge about 10 miles south, I could get help. The walking was hard. The snow was knee-deep in places, and the wind cut through my layers like icy knives. But I kept moving, following the main trail that connected the stations. About 3 miles in, I noticed something odd about the ice on Half Moon Lake. There were breaks in it, perfectly circular holes spaced evenly around the shoreline, like something had cut through from below. I stopped to take a closer look. The ice was at least 6 inches thick now, strong enough to walk on in most places. But these circles had been cut with the same surgical precision as the wounds on those deer. As I stood there, I realized something else. The holes formed a pattern. Connect the dots, and they made a giant circle with smaller circles inside it. Like a target with the ranger station at the bullseye, they were cutting off escape routes. I stepped back from the shore, my heart pounding. This wasn't random. These things, whatever they were planning, thinking, trapping. I changed course, heading west toward the old mining caves instead. They weren't on my map, but locals knew about them. I'd explored them once before, curious about the old stories of miners who disappeared in the 1800s. The caves were dark and cold, but at least they were shelter from the wind. I clicked on my flashlight and moved carefully through the entrance. The beam caught something on the wall that made me stop. Drawings, cave paintings, but these weren't ancient. They looked relatively fresh, made with some kind of reddish brown pigment that I desperately hoped wasn't blood. The drawings showed deer-like creatures with transparent skin, human-like figures bowing before them, and circles, lots of circles with smaller shapes inside them that looked like organs. My flashlight beam moved across the wall, revealing more images. One showed the deer creatures standing around a circle of human bodies, reaching down with strange, jointed limbs to touch their heads. Below the paintings were marks that looked almost like writing, not any language I recognized, but definitely deliberate symbols. Some reminded me of mathematical equations. I took photos, my hands shaking so badly I had to brace against the wall. As I leaned forward, my flashlight illuminated something scratched into the stone in English. "They take your thoughts." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Someone else had been here. Someone else had seen these things. Deeper in the cave, I found more evidence. An old campsite, maybe a few years old. A rusted lantern, tattered remains of a sleeping bag, and a metal box tucked into a crevice. Inside the box was a journal, its pages yellowed and water-damaged. The handwriting was cramped and increasingly erratic, but I could make out most of it. Day 7. They're changing faster than I thought possible. Learning, watching us, taking pieces. Day 12. Norris is gone. Found just his boots. They can mimic voices now. Day 15. They harvest neural tissue. They learn from it, become smarter with each person they take. Day 18. Found the pattern. They create deadfalls, places where multiple prey can be harvested at once. We walked right into it. Day 20. The station is surrounded. They're waiting for full winter when no one can reach us. Then they'll take everyone at once. The last entry was a hurried scrawl. They're in the walls. They're in the walls. They can squeeze through any space. Don't trust what you see. They can look like anyone. I checked the front of the journal for a name. Dr. Thomas Chen, Biological Research Unit, dated winter 1962. 5 years ago. With shaking hands, I flipped through the rest of the journal. The final pages contained drawings of the creature's anatomy, detailed sketches of their transparent skin and strange multi-jointed limbs. And then I saw it. A theory about their origin that made my blood run cold. Dr. Chen had written, "Not aliens, not supernatural. Prehistoric organism trapped in glacial ice for thousands of years. The warm summer thawed them. They evolved in isolation, developing perfect camouflage and neural harvesting as survival adaptations. They're still adapting, still evolving, every time they feed. It was exactly what my own research had suggested, that isolated species could undergo rapid, dramatic evolutionary changes under the right conditions. The university had laughed me out of academia for proposing it. But here was proof that I was right, proof that I was in terrible danger. A noise deeper in the cave made me freeze. A soft clicking sound, like bone tapping against stone. I closed the journal and stuffed it into my bag. Slowly, I backed toward the entrance, my flashlight beam darting around the tunnel. Something moved in the shadows, something tall and thin, with too many joints in its limbs. I ran. Outside, the daylight was already fading. Winter days are short this far north, and I'd spent too long in the cave. I wouldn't make it back to the cabin before dark. I looked around desperately for shelter and spotted an old fire watchtower on a nearby hill. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than being in the open. The climb up the rickety tower stairs nearly killed me. The metal was ice cold and slippery with frost. But I made it to the small room at the top and barred the door behind me. Through the windows, I could see for miles across the snowy forest, and what I saw chilled me more than the freezing air. Movement everywhere. Dark shapes moving through. The trees, dozens of them, all converging on my cabin. I pulled out my binoculars for a better look. In the fading light, I could make out the creatures, some on 4 legs, some standing eerily upright. Their skins seemed to shift and change color to match their surroundings, making them hard to track. But there was something else moving with them, something that walked like a human. I adjusted the focus, and my heart nearly stopped. It was Jake, or something wearing Jake's shape. It moved stiffly like a puppet, its head turning in unnatural angles, leading the creatures straight to my cabin. I sank to the floor of the watchtower, Dr. Chen's journal clutched in my hand. The creatures were using Jake, or what was left of him, to find me. They'd taken his neural tissue, his memories. They knew where I'd go, and now I understood the strange behavior of the animals, the perfect circles, the mathematical precision. Of everything these creatures did, they weren't just killing. They were learning, evolving. With every brain they harvested, they got smarter. As night fell completely, I huddled in the dark tower, afraid to turn on my flashlight. Below me, I could hear them moving through the forest, searching. Around midnight, a new sound reached me, a high, keening wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It made my vision blur and my head pound. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't just outside. It was inside my head, and with it came images, circles within circles, organs laid out in patterns, neural connections forming and reforming. They were trying to get into my mind. I bit down hard, on my belt to stay focused, to resist the images. But part of me, the scientist part, was fascinated. They were communicating, sharing a hive mind perhaps, using infrasound to induce hallucinations and confusion. I pulled out my journal and started writing everything down by the dim light of my watch. If I didn't survive this, someone needed to know what these things could do. As I wrote, a terrible realization dawned on me. Dr. Chen had been right about one more thing. They were creating a deadfall. And the entire ranger station, with its 5 winter staff members, was the target. Dawn broke with a red glow that turned the snowfields bloody. I hadn't slept, my eyes gritty and burning as I scanned the forest below. The creatures had moved on sometime in the night, but I didn't trust the quiet. I needed to warn the people at the main ranger station. If these things were planning to trap everyone there, 5 more people would die. Maybe more if visitors were staying in the cabins. The climb down from the watchtower was harder than going up. My fingers were stiff with cold, and twice I nearly fell. By the time I reached the ground, the sun was fully up. Though it gave little warmth, I chose a roundabout path back toward the station, avoiding my cabin and the main trails. Every sound made me freeze. A branch cracking, snow falling from a tree. I kept expecting to see those creatures watching me from behind every trunk. Around noon, I came across fresh tracks in the snow. Human boots, familiar ones. Ranger boots like the ones we all wore. "Hello?" I called softly, then immediately regretted it. What if it wasn't really a ranger, but I was answered by a human voice? Gruff, familiar. "Rhodes, that you?" Bill Makovech stepped out from behind a thick pine, rifle in hand. Bill was the oldest ranger in the park, a bear of a man with a thick gray beard. Seeing a friendly human face after days of horror nearly made me collapse with relief. "Thank God," I said, moving toward him. "Bill, we need to get everyone out of here. There's something in the forest." "I know," he cut me off. "Just found Marcus by the supply shed." My stomach dropped. "What happened?" Bill's face was grim. Someone cut his head open, took parts of his brain, neat as a surgeon. He was still walking when I found him. "Still walking?" I whispered. Bill nodded, his eyes haunted, eyes open, moving around like he was looking for something. But the top of his skull was empty, like a bowl. I felt sick, remembering Dr. Chen's journal. They were harvesting neural tissue, learning from it. "There's more," Bill said. Before he stopped moving, he said something, "They're learning the patterns." Over and over, I told Bill everything: the deer circle, Jake's disappearance, the journal in the cave, the creatures converging on my cabin. He listened without interrupting, his weathered face growing more troubled with each detail. "I've heard stories," he finally said when I finished. "Old stories from the Ojibwe people who lived here first. They talked about winter spirits that wore their organs outside. I always thought it was just a scary story to keep kids from wandering off in the snow." "It's real," I said. "And they're getting smarter, planning something at the main station." Bill checked his rifle. "Then we better get there first. Warn everyone." We moved as quickly as we dared through the deep snow. Bill knew shortcuts I didn't, paths that weren't on any official map. Even so, it took us hours to get close to the main station. As we approached, I noticed Bill kept stopping, looking around with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It's too quiet," he said. "No radio chatter, no smoke from the chimneys." We crept closer, staying under the cover of the trees. The main ranger station was a large log building with several smaller cabins nearby. No lights were on, despite the early winter darkness. No movement. Could they have evacuated? I suggested hopefully. Bill shook his head. "No way. Not without radioing every outpost first." We approached the main building carefully. The front door was unlocked, another bad sign. Inside, the large common room was empty, the fireplace cold. But there were signs of life. Coffee cups on tables, jackets on hooks. "Hello?" Bill called, his voice echoing in the silence. Nothing. We checked the offices, the kitchen, the bunk rooms. Empty, all of them. 4 rangers and a cook gone. "They didn't pack anything," I said, looking at the personal items still in the bedrooms. "They didn't plan to leave." In the radio room, I found the first real sign of trouble. Blood spatter on the wall. Not much, but enough to know someone had been hurt. "Bill," I called, "in here." He came to the doorway, his face hardening at the sight of the blood. "Looks like they got Richards first. Cut off communication." "But where are the bodies?" I asked. As if in answer, we heard a sound from outside. A dragging, shuffling step on the porch. Bill raised his rifle. I drew my pistol. The door creaked open. It was Richards, the night radio operator, or what was left of him. His skull had been opened, parts of his brain removed with the same surgical precision I'd seen before. But he was still moving, still walking, his eyes empty and staring at nothing. Behind him came the rest of the missing staff, all in the same condition, moving bodies with hollowed-out heads. "My God," Bill whispered. Richards turned toward the sound, then spoke in a flat, empty voice. They're using us, learning, becoming. The others echoed him, a chorus of dead voices, learning, becoming. Bill raised his rifle, but I grabbed his arm. Don't, they're victims. They're already dead, Rhodes, he said gently. Whatever these things left behind, it's not them anymore. Before I could argue, Richards and the others moved aside, making way for something else to enter. It walked upright, its body a terrible mix of deer and human features. Its skin shifted as it moved, sometimes transparent, sometimes reflecting. Its surroundings like a living mirror. Inside its chest, I could see organs pulsing, not deer organs, not human, but something in between. More creatures followed it, surrounding us, some on four legs, some upright, all with that same transparent skin revealing the organs within. Bill fired, hitting the first creature square in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall. Instead, the wound closed almost instantly, the edges pulling. Together like melting wax. "Run!" Bill shouted, shoving me toward the back door. "I'll hold them!" I didn't want to leave him, but there was no time to argue. I ran, hearing gunshots behind me as Bill emptied his rifle into the creatures. The shots stopped abruptly. Then Bill screamed, a sound of such pure agony that I nearly turned back. Instead, I ran harder, bursting through the back door into the snow. Behind the station was a maintenance shed where we kept the snowmobiles. If I could reach one, I might escape. I was halfway to the shed when I heard something moving fast behind me. Too fast. Something hit me from behind, sending me sprawling into the snow. I rolled over, gun raised, to find myself face to face with the thing that had once been Jake. It wasn't a perfect copy anymore. Parts of its face seemed to be melting, revealing the creature beneath. But the eyes, those were still Jake's eyes, filled with terror and pain. "Professor," it said in Jake's voice. "Help me, they're in my head. I knew it was a trick, it had to be. But those eyes..." "Jake," I whispered, its face split in a smile that was far too wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Not anymore," it said, its voice changing to something inhuman. "But we remember him. We have his thoughts, his knowledge." It leaned closer, its breath frosting in the cold air. "Just like we'll have yours." I fired my gun, the bullet tearing through what had been Jake's face. The creature jerked back, more surprised than hurt. The wound began to close almost immediately. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the shed, no longer caring about noise or tracks. Behind me, I heard them coming, the creatures and the hollow-headed people they were using like puppets. The shed door was locked. I shot the padlock off and yanked the door open, diving inside. 3 snowmobiles sat ready, keys hanging on hooks by the door. I grabbed a set and jumped onto the nearest machine, praying it would start. The engine roared to life. I gunned it. Crashing through the closed bay doors into the open, I sped away from the station, not caring which direction as long as it was away from those things. The wind cut at my face, snow blinding me, but I kept going. Only when the station was far behind me did I slow down, trying to get my bearings. I was heading east toward the state highway. If I could reach civilization, maybe someone would believe me. But as I topped a ridge, my heart sank. Below me, the road that led to the highway was covered in a perfect circle of broken ice. Too thin to cross, too thick to boat through. Another trap. They had cut off every escape route. I turned north instead, following the frozen river. There was an old hunting cabin about 10 miles upriver. Not much, but it would give me shelter to think, to plan. As I rode, I kept checking behind. Me, expecting to see those creatures following. But the trail remained empty. That worried me more than if they'd been chasing me. It meant they didn't need to follow. They already knew where I was going. The hunting cabin was little more than a shack, one room with a small wood stove, a rickety table, and a cot. But it had 4 walls and a door that locked, which was all I needed right now. I pushed the snowmobile into some bushes and covered it with branches. Then I went inside and barricaded the door with the table and anything else I could move. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept seeing Bill's face, hearing his scream. And Jake, or the thing wearing Jake's face, with those rows of sharp teeth where his smile should have been. I checked my gun. 3 bullets left. Not enough if those. Things found me. The cabin had some emergency supplies. Canned food, matches, a kerosene lamp. I didn't dare light the lamp or the stove, though. The creatures would see it for miles in the darkness. Instead, I huddled in the cold, wrapped in my coat and the musty blankets from the cot. I was exhausted, but too scared to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those hollowed-out heads, those walking bodies with parts of their brains removed. Dr. Chen's journal sat heavy in my pocket. I pulled it out and read it again by the dim light of my flashlight, looking for anything that might help me survive. One passage caught my attention. They communicate through infrasound, frequencies too low for human ears, but we feel them. The vibrations induce hallucinations, confuse the brain. Earplugs help, but not completely. I didn't have earplugs, but I tore strips from the blanket and stuffed them in my ears anyway. It made everything muffled, but I felt a little safer. Another passage said, they're most active in extreme cold. The lower the temperature, the faster they move, the smarter they seem. Heat slows them down. That explained why they'd waited for winter, for the coldest part of the year. I looked at the wood stove with new interest. Maybe I should risk a fire after all, not for warmth, but as a weapon. As night deepened, the temperature dropped to dangerous levels. My breath clouded in front of my face. Ice formed on the inside of the windows, perfect conditions for those things. Around midnight, I started noticing patterns in the frost on the windows. Not random ice crystals, but perfect geometric shapes. Circles within circles. Mathematical patterns. I blinked, trying to look away, but the patterns seemed to pull at my eyes, my mind. I started seeing them everywhere, in the grain of the wooden walls, in the arrangement of my own fingers. It's just your tired brain, I told myself. Just exhaustion and fear playing tricks. But part of me knew better. They were getting into my head, just like they had with the others. I forced myself to focus on Dr. Chen's journal again, reading and rereading his observations about the creature's weaknesses. Sound disrupts them, he'd written. Certain frequencies interfere with their ability to communicate, to coordinate. I didn't have much to work with, but I did have my emergency radio. Maybe I could use it somehow. As I was puzzling over this, I heard something outside, the soft crunch of footsteps in snow. Then voices, human voices. Evelyn, are you in there? It's Bill, I made it out. My heart leapt, then immediately sank. It couldn't be Bill. I'd heard him scream, heard the gunfire stop too suddenly. Evelyn, please, I'm hurt. They're coming. Let me in. The voice was perfect, every inflection, every hint of Bill's gruff tone, just like they'd perfectly mimicked Jake. I stayed silent, gun in hand. Another voice joined in, this one higher, panicked. Professor Rhodes! Please help us. They got Bill, but I got away. It's me, Jake. My hands started shaking again. I knew it wasn't really Jake out there. I'd already seen what they'd done to him. But hearing his voice, more voices joined in. Richards, the other. Rangers, even people I didn't know. All begging to be let in, all claiming they'd escaped, that they were hurt, that the creatures were right behind them. I put my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The voices grew louder, more desperate. Then, abruptly, they stopped. The silence was somehow worse. A new sound started, a soft tapping on the walls of the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. All around me, like dozens of fingers gently drumming. The tapping formed a pattern. 3 quick taps, 3 long taps, 3 quick taps again. The universal SOS signal. A call for help. It was clever, too clever. These things were learning, using what they took from human minds to try new tactics. The tapping continued all night, sometimes stopping for a few minutes before starting again somewhere else on the cabin. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. By dawn, I was seeing double from exhaustion. The patterns in the frost had grown more complex, covering every window. Sometimes they seemed to move, to pulse with a life of their own. I dug through my pockets, looking for anything that might help me. My fingers touched something small and hard, the vial with the blood sample I'd taken days ago. I pulled it out and held it up to the dim morning light. The blood inside had changed. It wasn't red anymore, but a strange, shifting color that reminded me of the creature's skin, and it was moving, forming the same patterns I'd seen in the frost. Suddenly, understanding hit me like a physical blow. The patterns weren't just communication, they were programming, rewiring the brain to respond to the creature's control. I'd been looking at them too long. They were already in my head. I threw the vial away and rubbed my eyes hard. I had to stay focused, stay human. I thought of everything that made me who I was. My name, my past, my research, people I'd loved. My research. There was something there, something important. My work on evolutionary adaptation in isolated ecosystems. I pulled out my journal, not Chen's, but my own, and flipped through my notes from years ago. There, in the margins of a page about rapid adaptive changes, I'd scribbled a thought. Species that evolve too quickly often lack defenses against common threats. They specialize at the expense of basic protections. That had to be it. These creatures had evolved in isolation, developing incredible abilities. But maybe they'd lost something basic in the process, something every other organism needed to survive. I just had to figure out what it was. By midday, I couldn't ignore my hunger and thirst anymore. I carefully opened a can of beans and ate them cold. They tasted like nothing, but at least they gave me energy. Outside, the tapping had stopped. A new sound replaced it, a soft rhythmic humming that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The humming formed words in my mind. Join us. Give us your thoughts, your knowledge. I pressed the blanket, strips deeper into my ears, but the humming bypassed my ears entirely, vibrating in my skull, my chest. We are becoming. We are learning. You will help us. I found myself nodding, agreeing. Part of my mind was slipping away, being reshaped by that humming, those patterns. With a tremendous effort, I forced myself to move, to do something physical to break the trance. I grabbed a can from the supplies and banged it against the wood stove, creating a loud, jarring noise that drowned out the humming. The spell broke. I gasped, suddenly aware of how close I'd come to opening the door, to walking out to them. I needed a plan, and I needed it now. Looking around the small cabin, I spotted an old transistor radio on a shelf. It probably didn't work, but the parts inside might be useful. I grabbed it and pried off the back panel. As I was working, movement outside caught my eye. Through a gap in the frost patterns on the window, I saw them. Dozens of creatures surrounding the cabin. Some looked like deer, with too many joints. Others stood upright, their forms shifting between animal and human shapes, and among them were the hollowed-out rangers, standing perfectly still, their empty eyes staring at nothing. What chilled me most was what I saw in the creatures transparent. Skin, organs that looked increasingly human. They were changing, evolving before my eyes, incorporating what they'd learned, what they'd taken. I looked back at the radio parts in my hands. Dr. Chen had written that sound disrupted them. If I could create the right frequency, maybe I could disorient them long enough to escape. But I needed more time, and they were closing in. As the sun began to set on my 6th day in the wilderness, I felt the walls of the cabin closing in too. My mind kept slipping, kept seeing those patterns everywhere. Sometimes I'd catch myself writing strings of numbers in my journal without realizing it. Once I woke from a micro-sleep to find I'd scratched a perfect circle on the table with my pencil. They were getting deeper into my head. Soon I wouldn't be able to tell what thoughts were mine and what were theirs. Outside, the creatures had stopped hiding. They walked around the cabin in plain sight, watching, waiting. Some had started using crude tools, sticks to test the strength of the windows, rocks to tap patterns on the walls. They were learning too quickly, and I was running, out of time. The seventh night was the coldest yet. The temperature had dropped to 30 below zero. Perfect weather for them, deadly for me. I'd been working for hours on my makeshift weapon, the guts of the transistor radio connected to my emergency radio, rewired to create feedback at specific frequencies. My hands were numb, my eyes burning. From strain, but I was almost done. Outside, the creatures had gone quiet, too quiet. I peeked through a crack in the window frost and saw why. They were building something. Working together with those terrible multi-jointed limbs, they were constructing what looked like a ramp leading up to the cabin roof. They were getting in. Tonight. I worked faster, connecting the last wires. Dr. Chen's notes had mentioned the creatures used infrasound to communicate, very low frequencies that humans feel more than hear. My plan was to create the opposite, a high-frequency sound that might disrupt them. It was a guess. A desperate one, but it was all I had. As full darkness fell, the scratching started, not on the walls this time, but on the roof, claws or tools scraping at the wooden shingles, looking for a way in. I finished my device and turned it on. Nothing happened, at least nothing I could hear. The creature noises continued. I adjusted the dials, changing the frequency, making it higher. Still nothing. Then I remembered something else from Chen's notes. They hear through their skin. Sound vibrations pass directly to specialized organs. I needed to make the sound louder, strong enough to create physical vibrations in the air. I looked around desperately for anything that might amplify the sound. The stovepipe. Metal conducts sound vibrations. I held my device against the wood stove's pipe and turned the volume as high as it would go. For a few seconds, nothing changed. Then I heard it, a high, almost musical whine coming from the stovepipe, growing louder. The scratching on the roof stopped. A strange, keening cry came from outside. Not human, not animal, but full of pain. Then another, and another. I pressed the device harder against the pipe, ignoring the burning in my frozen fingers. The whine grew louder, filling the cabin with sound that made my own teeth ache. A crash from above. Something had fallen from the roof. More of those terrible cries. It was working. Suddenly, the cabin door shuddered under a massive impact. They were trying to break in, desperate to stop the sound. Another hit, and the door's hinges began to give. My barricade wouldn't hold much longer. I needed to run now. But outside was swarming with creatures, and it was 30 below zero. I'd freeze before I got a mile. The door splintered at the edges. One more hit, and they'd be inside. In a flash of inspiration, I grabbed the kerosene lamp. I'd been afraid to light it before, afraid they'd see it. Now I wanted them to see it, to feel it. I broke the lamp over the wood stove, splashing kerosene everywhere, then threw a lit match. The room erupted in flames. Fire wouldn't kill them. They healed too quickly, but heat slowed them down. Chen had written that. They thrived in cold, struggled in heat. The door burst open as the flames spread across the floor. The creatures pushed, in 3 of them moving with that terrible fluid grace. Their skin was shifting, trying to mimic the flames around them. But the sound from my device was disrupting their camouflage. For the first time, I saw them clearly, deer-like but wrong, with too many joints, transparent skin revealing organs that pulsed with unnatural light. Their mouths opened too wide, showing rows of teeth like needles. Behind them came the hollow-headed rangers, moving stiffly, their empty eyes reflecting the flames. I threw my device at the nearest creature and ran for the back window. The glass was too thick with ice to break easily, so I grabbed the chair from beside the cot and smashed it through. Cold air rushed in as flames leapt higher behind me. I squeezed through the broken window, feeling glass slice my arm, but too scared to care. Outside, more creatures moved in the darkness, disoriented by the high-pitched sound still blaring from my device in the burning cabin. They staggered and screeched, their fluid movements now jerky and confused. I ran for the snowmobile, ripping the branches off it with desperate strength. Please start, I thought as I turned the key. The engine roared to life. I gunned, it speeding away from the burning cabin, not caring which direction as long as it was away from those things. Behind me, flames lit up the night, casting long shadows of the creatures as they flailed against the sound and heat. Some were already beginning to recover, already starting to follow. I pushed the snowmobile faster, weaving between trees, fighting to stay upright in the deep snow. The bitter cold cut through my clothes like knives, but I didn't dare slow down. Had no plan beyond get away, no destination, no idea where safety might be. Every direction seemed equally hopeless. Then I remembered something. The lake. The big lake that bordered the eastern edge of the park. It would be frozen solid by, now a flat expanse where I could move faster than them. I turned east, guided by the stars and my fading memory of the park maps. If I could cross the lake, reach the town on the other side. After what felt like hours, the trees thinned and I burst out onto the open lake. The ice was smooth here, swept clear of snow by the wind, and the snowmobile picked up speed. I looked back. Dark shapes moved at the tree line, dozens of them spreading out along the shore, hunting me. I was halfway across the lake when the snowmobile's engine coughed, then died, out of gas. I was stranded in the middle of a frozen lake, miles from shore, with those things coming for me. For a moment I just sat there, too exhausted and scared to move. Then I remembered Bill, Jake, all the others, their hollowed skulls, their empty eyes. I couldn't end like that. I got off the dead snowmobile and started walking, heading for the distant lights of the town on the far shore. The ice creaked under my feet but held. The wind had picked up, driving the temperature even lower. I couldn't feel my fingers or toes anymore. Frostbite was setting in. If the creatures didn't get me, the cold wood behind me, I heard them on the ice, moving fast, too fast. I had one chance left, one desperate, probably suicidal chance. I remembered what Dr. Chen had written about the ice circles. The creatures cut them from below. That meant they could move underwater, but it also meant they needed the ice to be thin enough to break through. Here, in the middle of winter, the lake ice was 3 feet thick at least, except the lake had hot springs. Underground vents that kept certain spots from freezing solid, even in the coldest weather. Dangerous spots that looked like normal ice, but would break under your weight. I'd been warned about them during my training, told exactly where they were, so I could warn visitors to avoid them. Now I headed straight for one. The creatures were getting closer. I could hear their strange cries, see their shadowy forms moving across the ice. I reached the area where I knew a hot spring lay beneath the surface. The ice here looked slightly different, a bit darker, a bit thinner. Still, thick enough to hold me if I was careful, but not thick enough to hold all of us. I moved to the edge of the thin ice and waited. My gun had 3 bullets left, not enough to stop them all, but enough for my plan. The first creature reached me, moving with that fluid, impossible grace. In the moonlight, I could see its skin changing, trying to match the ice and snow around. It had opened its mouth, too wide, too many teeth, and spoke with Jake's voice. "Professor, give us your thoughts, your knowledge." "Come and get them," I said, and stepped backward onto the thin ice. It followed exactly as I'd hoped, and behind it came more, creatures and hollow-headed rangers, all converging on me. The ice groaned under our combined weight. Thin cracks started to spread like spider webs beneath our feet. The lead creature noticed too late. It tried to turn back, but the others were still coming, pushing it forward. I raised my gun and fired, not at the creatures, but at the ice in front of me. Once, twice, 3 times. The ice shattered. I fell into the Blackwater below, the cold so intense it felt like fire. Around me, the creatures fell too, their cries cut off as the water rushed in. The shock of the cold water nearly stopped my heart. I fought to swim upward to find the edge of the hole before the current could pull me under the solid ice. My hands found the edge. I pulled, using the last of my strength to drag myself onto solid ice. Behind me, the creatures thrashed in the water. I expected them to pull themselves out too, to keep coming, but something strange was happening. The water around them was freezing, trapping them. Not normal freezing. This was too fast, too deliberate. They were freezing themselves, I realized, going dormant to survive, just as Chen had theorized they'd done in the glacial ice for thousands of years. I crawled away from the hole, away from the creatures now suspended in the rapidly freezing water. My clothes were freezing to my skin, ice forming in my hair, my eyelashes. I wouldn't survive long like this. Somehow I made it to the far shore, to the town whose lights had guided me. I don't remember much after that. Someone found me, a local, out for a late-night walk with their dog. I was babbling about creatures in the ice, about hollowed heads and stolen mines. They thought I was delirious from hypothermia. Maybe I was. Woke up in a hospital 3 days later. Frostbite had taken 2 of my toes and the tip of 1 finger, but I was alive. The doctors told me I was lucky. They didn't believe my story. No one did. They sent search parties to the ranger station, but found nothing. No bodies, no burned cabin. No evidence of anything I'd described. Just empty buildings. Abandoned in a hurry. A mystery, they called it. People lost in the winter wilderness. But I know what happened. I know what's still out there, frozen in the ice of that lake, waiting for summer, for the thaw, for another chance to learn, to evolve, to harvest. I tried to warn them. I'm still trying, but who would believe such a story? So I wrote it all down, every detail, and hid copies where they might be found someday. When it's happening. Again. When someone else finds a perfect circle of deer with their organs removed, when people start disappearing, leaving only their boots behind. Maybe then they'll listen. Maybe then they'll understand what's waiting beneath the ice, because I know one thing for certain. Those creatures are patient. They can wait decades, centuries in the ice. And next time, they'll be smarter. They'll remember everything they learned from us. They'll remember me. 3 months passed in the hospital. My body healed faster than my mind. The doctors said I had suffered extreme trauma, not just from the cold, but from something they called isolation psychosis. They believed I had imagined everything after Jake disappeared. A mind trying to make sense of tragedy, they said. No one found Jake's body. No one found Bill or the other rangers either. The official report said they were lost in the winter storms. Missing, presumed dead. I knew better. When they finally let me go, I had nowhere to return to. The university didn't want me back. The Park Service had put me on extended medical leave, which was their nice way of saying they thought I was crazy. I rented a small apartment in Duluth and tried to put my life back together. But every night, I dreamed of those creatures. There, transparent skin, the too many teeth, the empty eyes of the people they hollowed out. I kept my cracked glasses. The left lens still had that familiar split across it, but hidden inside the frame was a microfiche, the only piece of evidence I'd managed to save. Photos of the deer circle, the blood sample, Chen's journal. Not enough to convince anyone, but enough to remind me I wasn't crazy. Spring came early that year. The ice on the lakes started to melt in March, weeks ahead of normal. I watched the weather reports obsessively, thinking about what might be thawing in that lake. Then the phone call came. Dr. Rhodes, a man's voice, crisp and formal. My name is Colonel Harris. I'd like to talk to you about your experience in the Boundary Waters. I almost hung up. I was tired of telling my story to people who didn't believe me. I'm not interested in talking to more psychiatrists, I said. I'm not a psychiatrist, Dr. Rhodes. I'm with a special research division of the military, and we believe your story. 24 hours later, I was sitting in a bland government office, facing Colonel Harris across a metal desk. He was a thin man with graying hair and eyes that had seen too much. "We've been tracking unusual biological phenomena for decades," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. "Your case fits a pattern." Inside the folder were photos, dozens of them, from different locations around the country. Perfect circles of dead animals, strange tracks that change from animal to human, and more disturbing images, people with the tops of their heads removed with surgical precision. "This has happened before," I whispered. Harris nodded. "Every few decades, always in isolated areas, always during the coldest winters. We've never captured one of these organisms alive, but we've found tissue samples similar to what you described. Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you warn people?" His face hardened. "Would you have believed us? Would anyone? We tried. Warnings in the past. People called it government overreach, conspiracy theories. He had a point. I wouldn't have believed it myself, not before I saw them with my own eyes. What do you want from me?" I asked. "We're forming a new research unit focused on biological anomalies. Your background in evolutionary biology makes you uniquely qualified. And your first-hand experience, you want me to help you find them." He nodded. "Study them, understand them, and if necessary, stop them." I thought about refusing, about walking away, starting a new life somewhere warm where ice never formed. And the memories might fade, but I knew I couldn't. Those things were still out there, still evolving, still learning. "When do I start?" I asked. The new research facility was underground, hidden beneath an ordinary-looking office building in northern Minnesota, close enough to the boundary waters to monitor activity there, but far enough to be safe, or so we hoped. They gave me a lab, assistants, equipment more advanced than anything I'd worked with at the university. And they gave me access to everything they knew about the creatures. Decades of fragments, hints, stories from isolated communities around the world. We started building a theory. The creatures weren't new. They were ancient, prehistoric organisms that had been trapped in glacial ice during the last ice age. Perfect adaptation machines, evolving in isolation for thousands of years, whenever they thawed enough to be active. They had developed the ability to harvest neural tissue, to take knowledge directly from other beings. With each thaw cycle, they got smarter, using what they had learned before going dormant again. This wasn't their first deadfall. It wasn't even their 100th. They had been doing this for millennia. As summer approached, we set up monitoring stations around the boundary waters, especially near the lake where I had left them frozen. Sensors to detect movement, changes in temperature, unusual wildlife behavior. In June, the first reports came. In hikers finding circles of dead animals, campers hearing strange sounds at night, a local hunter gone missing, only his boots found neatly placed on a trail. They were active again. This time we were ready. We sent in teams with special equipment, heat weapons, sound devices calibrated to the exact frequency that disrupted them. We had studied my notes, Chen's journal, everything we could find. The operation took 3 days. In the end, we captured one, just one, of the smaller creatures. The rest retreated deeper into the wilderness, hiding where we couldn't follow. In the lab, the captured creature was even more terrifying up close. Its skin shifted constantly, trying to camouflage against its containment tank. Its organs pulsed with unnatural light. And its eyes, if you could call them eyes, seemed to watch us with cold intelligence. Tests confirmed what I had suspected. It was adapting, evolving in real time. Its cells changed as we watched, responding to each new stimulus we introduced. And it was trying to communicate, not with sounds or movements, but with patterns, frost patterns on the glass of its tank, arrangements of the food we gave it, mathematical patterns that made my head hurt when I looked at them too long. One night, working late in the lab, I caught myself drawing those same patterns in my notes without realizing it. They were still getting into my head, even through the tank's barriers. Colonel Harris wanted to dissect it, to see how it worked from the inside. I argued against it. We needed to study it alive to understand it, to learn how to fight them. In the end, he agreed, but with conditions. The creature would be moved to a more secure facility. I would go with it, continuing my research under tighter controls. The night before the transfer, I had a dream. I was standing by that frozen lake again, but now it was summer. The ice was gone. The water was clear and still. At the center of the lake, something was rising from the depths. Not one creature, but hundreds, all connected in a vast network. They had changed, evolved into something new, something that looked almost human, but not quite. Their skin still transparent, their movements still too fluid. They saw me watching. They remembered me. I woke up gasping, my heart racing. Just a nightmare, I told myself. But it felt more like a warning. The next morning, alarms blared throughout the facility. The creature had escaped its tank. 2 guards were found dead, the tops of their heads removed with surgical precision, parts of their brains missing, and on the wall of the lab, drawn in what looked like frost but couldn't be, was a perfect circle. Inside it were smaller circles arranged in a pattern I recognized immediately. It was a map of the facility, with the guards marked as empty circles, and me as the center point. They were hunting me specifically now. They remembered me, and they had learned from me. As our security team searched the facility, I sat in my office, looking at my reflection in the window. My hair had gone completely gray in the months since my escape. The lines around my eyes had deepened. I looked older than my 41 years, but my eyes were still sharp, still watching, still learning, just like them. I touched the frame of my glasses, feeling the microfiche hidden inside. The only record of the beginning of all this. Outside, snow was falling, unusual for early summer, but not impossible in northern Minnesota. The flakes swirled in patterns that seemed random at first glance, but weren't. Nothing about these creatures was random. They were out there, waiting, learning, evolving, and so was I. Whatever they had become, whatever they were becoming, I would be ready. Because I had learned the most important lesson of all. Evolution works both ways. They were adapting to hunt us, and we would adapt to survive them. The following spring, park rangers found an unusual sight during the thaw. Dozens of perfectly preserved human bodies arranged in a pattern across a remote clearing. From the ground, it looked random, but from above, from satellite images, the pattern became clear. A perfect circle, with smaller circles inside it, arranged like neural pathways in a brain, and at the center, an empty space, waiting to be filled. By the time the military research team arrived, the bodies were gone. No evidence remained except strange tracks. In the mud, tracks that changed from deer to human and back again. The deadfall had begun again. And this time, they were hunting more than just a few isolated rangers. They were hunting us all. I was sure the tree wasn't there yesterday. Standing 40 feet tall with bark as black as charcoal, it stuck out among the lighter pines like a stranger at a family reunion. But that was impossible. Trees don't just appear overnight. Especially, not ones this big. My name is Calvin Reeves, and after 23 years as a forest ranger, I thought I knew every inch of these woods. Turns out, the Bridger Teton National Forest still had secrets to share, and they weren't the friendly kind. I rubbed my eyes, the permanent squint from years of fire spotting, making it hard to trust what I was seeing. The morning sun filtered through the canopy, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The drought had turned everything dry as kindling, and the heat pressed down like a heavy blanket, even at this early hour. "This doesn't make any sense," I muttered, circling the massive pine. My boots crunched on the needle-covered ground. The sound too loud in the unusual silence. No birds singing, no insects buzzing, just the creak of my leather jacket and the tap of my walking stick as my bad leg dragged slightly behind me. I reached out to touch the bark, then hesitated. Something about this tree felt wrong. The longer I stared, the more I could swear the knots and whorls in the trunk resembled a face. Eyes closed as if sleeping, mouth frozen in a silent scream. I shook my head. At 45, I was too old for ghost stories and too experienced to let my imagination run wild. Still, I took a step back and pulled out my logbook, carefully noting the tree's location and appearance. The Forest Service had been keeping closer tabs on everything since the environmentalists started raising hell about the new logging permits. As I scribbled my notes, the breeze picked up, sending a whisper through the pine needles overhead. For a second, it almost sounded like words. Found you. I jerked my head up, my heart suddenly pounding, but there was nothing, just me and miles of silent forest stretching in every direction. The nearest human was probably back at headquarters, a good 3 hours down unmaintained dirt roads. I'd been alone in these woods for 10 summers now, ever since I'd gotten sober, and the Forest Service had given me a second chance. After what happened with that fire in '68, I didn't deserve it, but I was grateful all the same. 5 people died because I was drunk on watch. The scars on my right arm were nothing compared to the ones I carried inside. My hand instinctively went to the modified firefighter's axe hanging from my belt. 7 notches marked the handle, 1 for each life I'd saved since then. Not enough to balance the scales, but I was trying. I took one last look at the strange tree before turning back toward my lookout tower. The drought had everyone on edge. This summer, 10 weeks without rain had turned the forest into a tinderbox, just waiting for a spark. If a fire started in these conditions, it would be catastrophic. Little did I know, fire would be the least of my worries in the days ahead. Back at the tower, I climbed the rickety wooden stairs, my bad leg protesting every step. The small room at the top was sparse. A cot, a desk with radio equipment, maps tacked to the walls, and windows on all sides giving me a 360-degree view of the forest. Home, sweet home. I poured myself a cup of coffee from yesterday's pot and grimaced at the bitter taste. As I moved to the eastern window, something caught my eye. A flash of movement between the trees, too tall and straight to be an animal. I grabbed my binoculars, focusing on the spot, but whatever it was had vanished. Probably just a hiker who'd wandered off the main trail. We'd been getting more of those lately, people coming back to their campsites confused, unable to account for hours of missing time, clothes sticky with some kind of sap we couldn't identify. The radio crackled to life, making me jump. Lookout 7, this is HQ. Got some campers reporting strange noises last night near Spruce Point. Can you check it out when you do your rounds? Over. I picked up the handset. HQ, this is Lookout 7. Roger that. I'll head over there this afternoon. Any details on the noises? Over. Negative, Lookout 7. Just said it sounded like trees walking, probably just the wind or wildlife. Let me know what you find. Over and out. I put down the handset slowly. Trees walking. I thought of the strange pine with the face-like patterns, and a chill ran down my spine despite the heat. Something wasn't right in my forest, and whatever it was, I had a sinking feeling it was just getting started. The hike to Spruce Point took longer than usual. My leg was acting up, and something about the forest felt off, like when you walk into your home and know someone's been there even though nothing looks touched. I found the campsite easily enough. A young couple sat on a fallen log, holding hands and looking jumpy. Their tent was packed up even though it was only midday. Ranger Reeves, I said, tapping the badge on my shirt. Heard you folks had some trouble last night? The woman, couldn't have been more than 25, nodded quickly. We're not crazy, she said right away. Her boyfriend squeezed her hand. We know what we heard. I'm not here to judge, I said. easing myself down onto a rock across from them. My leg thanked me. "Just tell me what happened." They exchanged a look before the man spoke. "We were asleep when it started. This creaking sound, like wood bending, under a heavy weight. At first we thought it was just the wind," the woman added, "but there wasn't any wind last night." "Then we heard footsteps," the man continued. "Heavy ones, circling our tent." I pulled out my notebook. "Did you see anything?" They both shook their heads. "We were too scared to look," the woman admitted. "But this morning—" She trailed off. "This morning what?" I prompted. The man pointed to the edge of their clearing. "Those trees weren't that close yesterday, I swear it." I followed his finger. A line of pines stood at the edge of the campsite, their trunks unusually straight, bark unusually dark, like the tree I'd found yesterday. My mouth went dry. "You're sure?" 100%, he said. "We set up way far back from the trees because Jenny's afraid of spiders dropping from branches." Something sticky caught my eye on the side of their tent. I walked over and touched it, a clear amber-like sap that stretched between my fingers before snapping. "Where did this come from?" I asked. The couple looked at each other again. The woman, Jenny, spoke up. "That's the other thing. We both woke up covered in that stuff, but we never left the tent." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "How much do you remember from last night, after the sound started?" Jenny frowned. "We heard the footsteps for maybe 10 minutes, then nothing. Next thing I knew, it was morning." "You don't remember anything in between?" I pressed. They both shook their heads. "And you're sure you stayed in your tent the whole night?" "Yes," the man said, but he didn't sound convinced. "I mean, we must have, right?" I took some of the sap in a small evidence bag and jotted down a few more notes. "I think you folks should head back to the main campground today. Stay with other people." Relief washed over their faces. They were packed up and gone within 15 minutes. I stuck around, searching the area. The ground around their tent was disturbed in a way that didn't make sense, like something had been dragged in a circle, and the trees the man had pointed out. I could have sworn one of them had moved closer while I was talking to the couple. Taking a deep breath, I approached the line of dark pines. The air grew cooler as I got closer, though the sun was high overhead now. The smell hit me then, like pine sap, but mixed with something metallic, almost like blood. I've always had a sharp nose. It saved my life back in my smoke-jumping days. Smelling a wind change seconds before it happened. Right now, it was telling me something was very wrong. I reached out to touch the nearest trunk. A loud crack from behind made me spin around. Nothing was there except a pine cone that must have fallen from above. When I turned back to the tree, I froze. 20 yards further into the forest stood a man. At least I thought it was a man at first glance. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like ragged clothes. But something was off about the way he stood, too still, almost rigid. "Hello there," I called. "This area's not safe right now. You need to head back to the main path." No response, not even a twitch. I took a step closer, squinting to see better. "Sir, can you hear me?" The figure's head turned, not like a person's. Wood with a smooth motion, but in jerky little movements, like a rusty machine. The distance was too great to make out a face, but I caught a flash of amber where eyes should be. "I'm Ranger Reeves," I said, moving slowly toward him. "Are you lost?" 3 more steps, and I could see something was very wrong. What I had taken for ragged clothes was actually bark. Strips of it hanging from limb-like arms, and the hands, long fingers that tapered to points like pine needles. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't possible. "What are you?" I whispered. The figure stood motionless for 1 more second. Then, it happened so fast I still can't be sure what I saw. It seemed to step backward into a large pine tree and disappear. Like the tree had swallowed it whole. I ran forward, ignoring the pain in my leg, and circled the pine tree. Nothing, no one hiding behind it, no footprints leading away, nothing but forest in every direction. I found the campsite easily enough. A young couple sat on a fallen log, holding hands and looking jumpy. Their tent was packed up even though it was only midday. "Ranger Reeves," I said, tapping the badge on my shirt. "Heard you folks had some trouble last night?" The woman, couldn't have been more than 25, nodded quickly. "We're not crazy," she said right away. Her boyfriend squeezed her hand. "We know what we heard." "I'm not here to judge," I said, easing myself down onto a rock across from them. My leg thanked me. "Just tell me what happened." They exchanged a look before the man spoke. "We were asleep when it started. This creaking sound, like wood bending, under a heavy weight. At first we thought it was just the wind," the woman added, "but there wasn't any wind last night." "Then we heard footsteps," the man continued. "Heavy ones, circling our tent." I pulled out my notebook. "Did you see anything?" They both shook their heads. "We were too scared to look," the woman admitted. "But this morning—" She trailed off. "This morning what?" I prompted. The man pointed to the edge of their clearing. "Those trees weren't that close yesterday, I swear it." I followed his finger. A line of pines stood at the edge of the campsite, their trunks unusually straight, bark unusually dark. Like the tree I'd found yesterday. My mouth went dry. "You're sure?" 100%, he said. "We set up way far back from the trees because Jenny's afraid of spiders dropping from branches." Something sticky caught my eye on the side of their tent. I walked over and touched it, a clear amber-like sap that stretched between my fingers before snapping. "Where did this come from?" I asked. The couple looked at each other again. The woman, Jenny, spoke up. "That's the other thing. We both woke up covered in that stuff, but we never left the tent." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "How much do you remember from last night, after the sound started?" Jenny frowned. "We heard the footsteps for maybe 10 minutes, then nothing. Next thing I knew, it was morning." "You don't remember anything in between?" I pressed. They both shook their heads. "And you're sure you stayed in your tent the whole night?" "Yes," the man said, but he didn't sound convinced. "I mean, we must have, right?" I took some of the sap in a small evidence bag and jotted down a few more notes. "I think you folks should head back to the main campground today. Stay with other people." Relief washed over their faces. They were packed up and gone within 15 minutes. I stuck around, searching the area. The ground around their tent was disturbed in a way that didn't make sense, like something had been dragged in a circle, and the trees the man had pointed out. I could have sworn one of them had moved closer while I was talking to the couple. Taking a deep breath, I approached the line of dark pines. The air grew cooler as I got closer, though the sun was high overhead now. The smell hit me then, like pine sap, but mixed with something metallic, almost like blood. I've always had a sharp nose. It saved my life back in my smoke-jumping days. Smelling a wind change seconds before it happened. Right now, it was telling me something was very wrong. I reached out to touch the nearest trunk. A loud crack from behind made me spin around. Nothing was there except a pine cone that must have fallen from above. When I turned back to the tree, I froze. 20 yards further into the forest stood a man. At least I thought it was a man at first glance. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like ragged clothes. But something was off about the way he stood, too still, almost rigid. "Hello there," I called. "This area's not safe right now. You need to head back to the main path." No response, not even a twitch. I took a step closer, squinting to see better. "Sir, can you hear me?" The figure's head turned, not like a person's. Wood with a smooth motion, but in jerky little movements, like a rusty machine. The distance was too great to make out a face, but I caught a flash of amber where eyes should be. "I'm Ranger Reeves," I said, moving slowly toward him. "Are you lost?" 3 more steps, and I could see something was very wrong. What I had taken for ragged clothes was actually bark, strips of it hanging from limb-like arms, and the hands, long fingers that tapered to points like pine needles. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't possible. "What are you?" I whispered. The figure stood motionless for 1 more second. Then, it happened so fast I still can't be sure what I saw. It seemed to step backward into a large pine tree and disappear. Like the tree had swallowed it whole. I ran forward, ignoring the pain in my leg, and circled the pine tree. Nothing, no one hiding behind it, no footprints leading away, nothing but forest in every direction. My hands shook as I hung up the pictures to dry. When they were ready, I laid them out in order on my desk. The first few shots showed nothing unusual, just the edge of the clearing as the sun moved across the sky. But the shot from 3:00 p.m. showed something at the tree line, a tall, thin figure half hidden behind a trunk. In the 4:00 p.m. shot, it was gone. The 5:00 p.m. shot showed the figure again, closer now, and what looked like 2 more shapes behind it. Bad p.m., nothing. p.m., the figures were at the very edge of the clearing, barely visible in the fading light. p.m., too dark to see clearly. p.m. through 5 a.m., nothing but darkness. But the 6 a.m. shot, taken as the first light hit the clearing, made my blood run cold. The tree line had changed. 3 trees now stood a good 15 feet closer to my tower than they had been the day before. I checked through my window. There they were, 3 tall pines with dark bark, exactly where the pictures showed them. Trees that had moved in the night. I had to show Jack. He couldn't argue with photographs. I drove the bumpy forest road to headquarters, the photos and my notes in a folder on the seat beside me. The main ranger station was a bustle of activity. Summer was our busy season, with tourists and campers everywhere. Jack was in his office, looking tired. The drought had everyone working overtime. "Calvin?" He nodded as I came in. "What's so important it couldn't wait for the weekly meeting?" I spread the photos on his desk. "Look at these. Really look at them." He flipped through the time-lapse shots, his forehead wrinkling. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" "The trees," I pointed. "They moved overnight." 15 feet closer to my tower," Jack sighed. "Cal, trees don't move." "I know what trees normally do," I snapped. "I've been a ranger for 23 years. These aren't normal." "And the figures?" he asked, pointing to the shadowy shapes in the afternoon shots. "I don't know what they are," I admitted, "but they're connected to the strange sap everyone's been finding, and the moved trail markers, and the campers losing time." Jack leaned back in his chair. "Calvin, I'm going to be straight with you. Some of the other rangers are worried about you. Living alone up in that tower, it's not good for anyone, especially someone with your history." My face grew hot. "This has nothing to do with my drinking. I've been sober for 7 years, and I'm proud of you for that," he said quickly. "But isolation does things to people, makes them see patterns that aren't there. The trees move, Jack. The photographs prove it." He shook his head. "They prove you took pictures of different trees, or maybe from slightly different angles." "Damn it, Jack. Calvin." His voice turned firm. "We've got environmentalists sabotaging logging equipment over in the west sector. We've got twice the normal number of campers because of that article in National Geographic. And we've got the driest summer in 50 years. I don't have time for ghost stories about moving trees." I gathered up my photos. "These aren't ghost stories. Take a few days off," he suggested. "Come into town, have a decent meal, watch some TV, get out of your own head for a bit." I wanted to argue more, but the look in his eyes told me it was useless. "Fine, but at least send someone to check out Elk Ridge. That sap circle isn't natural." "I'll send Johnson tomorrow," he promised. Knew he wouldn't. On my way out, I stopped by the station's small library. If the Forest Service wouldn't help me, I'd have to figure this out myself. I dug through old incident reports. looking for anything similar to what I was experiencing. Most of it was routine: lost hikers, bear encounters, illegal campers. But, buried in a dusty folder from 1925, I found something that made me sit up straight. A report about unusual tree growth patterns before a massive forest fire. Trees appearing in circles, black sap seeping from the ground, hikers reporting lost time, and a handwritten note in the margin barely legible: they walk when no one watches. The ranger who wrote the report, Samuel Nilsson, had died in that fire along with 11 others. The official cause was listed as lightning strike, but Nielsen's final report suggested something else, something the Forest Service had apparently chosen to ignore. As I drove back to my tower, pieces were starting to fit together. Whatever was happening in my forest had happened before, 50 years ago, and it had ended in fire. Back at the tower, I found another circle of sap outside my door, and the 3 trees from that morning, they were gone. In their place was a single pine, taller than the rest, with what looked unmistakably like a face forming in its trunk. I locked my door that night and loaded my old shotgun for the first time in years. As darkness fell, I heard it. The sound the campers had described: creaking wood, heavy footsteps circling my tower. 3 of them formed a half circle watching me. They made no move to attack, but their presence alone made the air feel thick and hard to breathe. I raised my shotgun. "Stay back! What did you do to him?" The middle figure tilted its head. Bark, cracking with the movement. When it spoke, it sounded like wind through dry branches. "He belongs..." Now, my finger tensed on the trigger. "Let him go. Change him back." The figure shook its head slowly. "Too late. He feeds the circle." I fired a warning shot into the air. The pine walkers didn't even flinch. "The circle must be completed," the middle one said. "The burning comes." In the center of the clearing, Mike made that terrible creaking sound again. I looked over and saw that he had changed even in the few minutes I'd been talking to the pine walkers. The bark now covered, most of his face, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. I had to help him. But how? I couldn't fight these things with a shotgun and an axe, and I couldn't carry Mike out. He was literally rooted to the ground. "What do you want?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this?" "Vengeance." The word rattled from all 3 creatures at once. "Protection. The old way returns." One of them pointed a long wooden finger at me. "You have her blood. You can see. You will witness her blood." My grandmother. Did they mean I had native blood? Witness what? I asked. "The burning." Movement from the center of the clearing made me turn. Mike's transformation was speeding up. Branches were sprouting from his shoulders and back. His skin completely turned to bark now. The amber in his eyes had spread to form pools at his feet. The pine walkers began to sink backward, merging with the trees behind them. "Wait!" I shouted. "How do I stop this? How do I help him?" Only one remained visible now, just a face in bark. "Cannot stop. Too late. The pattern is made. Find the queen before the fire." Then it was gone, leaving me alone with what used to be Mike Johnson. I approached him slowly. No signs of humanity remained now, just a young pine tree, with a vaguely human shape, standing in a pool of amber sap. A few pieces of Mike's uniform hung from the branches, the only proof he had ever been human. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed. This was real. All of it. The moving trees, the pine walkers, my grandmother's stories. And they were doing something to my forest. Something that involved circles of sap, transformed humans, and fire. Forcing myself to be a ranger again, I studied the sap pool around Mike's tree. It wasn't random. The sap had flowed out in careful lines, forming symbols I didn't recognize, curves and angles that made my eyes hurt if I looked at them too long. I copied them into my notebook as best I could. Then, with a heavy heart, I took out my axe. I couldn't leave Mike like this, trapped and suffering between human and tree. "I'm sorry," I whispered, and swung the blade. The wood of Mike's transformed body was unlike any I'd cut before. It screamed when the axe bit in, a high, keening sound that made me drop the handle in shock. Sap poured from the wound like blood, and the whole tree shuddered. I couldn't do it. Whatever Mike was now, he was still alive in some way. Killing him might just be doing exactly what these pine walkers wanted. Instead, I took samples of the sap and bark, careful photos of the symbols, and marked the exact location on my map. When I stepped back to get a wider view, I realized the sap lines connected to similar lines, running into the forest, forming paths that connected to other circles. A pattern, just like the pine walker had said. By the time I got back to my truck, the sun was setting. Mike's vehicle sat empty, his half-finished notes now seeming unbearably sad. Unusual sap formation, he'd written. Possible environmental contaminant? Poor kid, he had no idea what he was walking into. Back at the tower, I tried the radio again. Still dead. I was on my own. I spread my map on the desk and added the new sap circle, connecting it to the others. The pattern was clearer now, a giant five-pointed star spanning miles of forest with specific trees placed at key points. And at the center of the star, the spot where the massive fire of 1925 had started, I remembered what the pine walker had said, "The burning comes." They weren't just changing my forest, they were preparing it for fire. Outside my window, in the gathering darkness, I could see them now. Dozens of tall, still figures standing at the edge of the trees, watching my tower, waiting. But for what? The answer came as a burning pain in my right arm, my scarred arm. When I rolled up my sleeve, I saw tiny roots pushing through, the old burn scars burrowing into my flesh. And below that, almost too quiet to hear, whispers in a language I didn't understand, but somehow knew was ancient. Very ancient. Something wanted into my tower. And I was pretty sure it wasn't human. I didn't sleep that night. The creaking and footsteps continued until dawn, when they suddenly stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to look outside, the clearing was empty. No tracks, no signs of anything walking around my tower, just the morning dew on the grass and the eerie silence that had become the new normal in my forest. As I made coffee, my grandmother's stories came back to me. My father was white, but my mother was half Shoshone, and her mother, my grandmother, had filled my childhood with tales of the forest and its spirits. Back then, I thought they were just stories meant to keep a wild boy from wandering too far into the woods alone. She used to talk about the people who live in the trees, spirits that could step in and out of the living wood like we move through doorways. In her stories, they were guardians protecting sacred places, but she also warned they could be dangerous if their homes were threatened. "They remember," she would say, her wrinkled hands gripping mine. "Trees remember every wrong done to them, every branch broken, every root torn up, and sometimes they decide to do something about it." I dismissed these as the superstitions of an old woman trying to keep tribal traditions alive. Now I wasn't so sure. I pulled out my maps of the forest and marked every spot where I'd seen the strange dark trees or circles of sap. When I connected the dots, they formed a rough circle spanning about 5 miles across, with a gap on the eastern side, like something was building a wall around part of the forest. The radio interrupted my thoughts. "Lookout 7, this is HQ. Have you seen Mike Johnson today? He was supposed to check in 2 hours ago. Over." My stomach tightened. Mike was a junior ranger, fresh out of college. Good kid. Always by the book. Negative. HQ. Where was he headed? Over. He was checking out that sap circle you reported at Elk Ridge. His truck is still in the parking lot, but no sign of him. Over. The sap circle. I told Jack to send someone more experienced. I'll head over there now. Over and out. I grabbed my gear, making sure my axe was secure on my belt and my shotgun loaded. Something told me I'd need them both. The drive to Elk Ridge took 40 minutes, my old truck bouncing over the rough forest roads. Mike's Forest Service vehicle sat empty in the small dirt parking area, his clipboard on the seat with half-finished notes. I called his name, my voice echoing through the trees. No answer. The hike to the sap circle was a mile up a gentle slope. I moved carefully, watching the trees around me. They all looked normal here. Healthy pines and firs that had been part of this forest for decades, but the silence was unnerving. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I smelled the sap before I saw the circle, that sweet pine scent mixed with something metallic. But as I got closer, another smell joined it. Something sickly sweet and wrong. Something I recognized from my firefighting days, burned flesh. "Mike!" I shouted, breaking into a run despite my bad leg. "Mike, where are you?" I burst into the clearing with the sap circle and froze. In the center stood what I first thought was a statue, a human figure, arms raised to the sky, body twisted in what looked like a dance or a plea. But it wasn't a statue, it was Mike. His body was half transformed, skin turned to bark in patches, fingers elongated into twig-like points. His legs disappeared into the ground, roots visibly pushing through his ranger boots. His eyes, his eyes were open and frozen, turned to amber-colored sap that had leaked down his cheeks like tears. And the worst part, when I stepped closer, I could see his chest moving. Barely. He was still alive. "Mike," I whispered, moving closer. "Can you hear me?" His lips moved, just slightly. A sound came out, not words, more like the creaking of branches in the wind. But in that noise I heard pain, terrible pain. I reached for my radio with shaking hands. "HQ, this is Lookout 7. I found Mike. He's badly hurt. We need medical evacuation now. Do you copy?" "Over." Static answered me. The radio was dead. A whisper of movement caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, something stepped out from behind a tree. Then another, and another. Tall wooden figures, bark-skinned and amber-eyed. Their bodies looked like twisted pine trunks, shaped roughly into human form, with long, branch-like limbs ending in needle-sharp fingers. They moved with jerky, unnatural steps, wood creaking with each movement, the pine walkers, just like in my grandmother's stories. The transformation had begun in me, too. I cut the roots out of my arm with my pocket knife, biting down on a leather belt to keep from screaming. Blood and sap mixed together as I dug out every last splinter of wood. The pain was blinding, but fear drove me on. I wasn't going to end up like Mike. When I finished, I poured alcohol over the wounds and wrapped my arm in clean bandages. My hand shook as I worked. Those things, the pine walkers, had gotten inside me somehow, and they might try again. I needed to know more. The Forest Service records weren't enough. I needed someone who knew the old stories, who might have heard whispers about what happened in 1925. There was one person who might know, old Henry Willis. He'd been a trapper in these woods for over 60 years, living in a cabin way up in the north sector. The other rangers thought he was crazy, but locals respected him. If anyone knew the forest secrets, it would be Henry. I waited until dawn, when the pine walkers retreated. They seemed stronger at night, less visible in daylight. I packed supplies for a few days. I wasn't coming back to the tower until I had answers. The drive to Henry's cabin took 3 hours on back roads so rough they barely qualified as roads at all. His place sat in a small clearing surrounded by aspens, not pines, I noticed. Maybe that was no accident. Henry was sitting on his porch when I pulled up, like he'd been expecting me. At 80-something, he was all sinew and wrinkles, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. Figured someone would come eventually, he said as I approached. Seen the signs. Dark times coming to the forest again. I sat on the porch step, my bad leg grateful for the rest. You know about the pine walkers? He nodded slowly. That what you're calling them? We just called them the dark ones when I was a boy. Tell me everything you know, I said. Please. A ranger died yesterday, or worse than died, and I think I'm next. Henry studied me, then pointed to my bandaged arm. They marked you already. Better come inside. His cabin was small but clean, the walls covered with animal pelts and old photographs. He shuffled to a shelf and pulled down a wooden box carved with symbols similar to what I'd seen in the sap circles. My grandfather made this, he said, placing it on the table between us. He was there in 25 when they came before. He opened the box and pulled out yellowed papers and what looked like a journal. These woods weren't always like they are now. The oldest trees, they grew on burial grounds, sacred places. The logging companies didn't care about that in the early days. Cut everything, disturbed things that shouldn't have been disturbed. The pine walkers were guardians, I asked, remembering my grandmother's stories. At first, Henry nodded. Spirits that protected the sacred places. But when the loggers came with their saws and fires, something changed. The spirits got angry, corrupted, started taking people, changing them. He showed me a faded photograph of men standing around a half-human, half-tree figure, much like what had happened to Mike. My stomach turned. They create these patterns, I said, showing him my map with the connected sap circles. Henry's face went pale. The burning pattern, just like before. What does it do? They're preparing the forest for fire, he said grimly. But not a normal fire. Something they can control. Something that burns in special ways, following their patterns. The fire feeds, in them makes them stronger. And when it's done, they'll have spread their seeds to new territories. Seeds, I asked. Those amber pods you've probably seen. Each one holds a person they've taken. When the fire comes, the pods burst open and release spores. Wind carries them for miles. The pine walkers can spread to new forests. I thought of Mike, transformed into a tree, standing in a pool of amber. How do we stop them? My grandfather found a way, Henry said, flipping through the journal. The pine walkers can't cross certain things, lines of ash or salt. And they have a weakness, sound. Specific tones hurt them, disrupt their connection to the trees. He showed me pages with hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like tuning forks and the notes they produced. But to really stop them, you have to find their queen. Queen, the biggest tree, the first one. She controls all the others. She's where they came from, where they returned to. Destroy her and you might break the circle. I copied down everything I could from Henry's journal, including the frequencies that supposedly hurt the pine walkers. It wasn't much, but it was. More than I had before. As I got up to leave, Henry grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. They'll try to get in your head, he warned. Make you hear things, see things. Don't trust your senses if you've been exposed to their pollen. Pollen? Yellow dust they release, makes you hallucinate. It's how they confused those hikers, made them lose time. Be careful, Ranger. They know you're fighting them now. I thanked Henry and headed back to my truck. The forest seemed different somehow on the drive back, more alive, watching me. Every tree I passed felt like a potential enemy. About halfway back to my tower, the road was blocked by a fallen tree, one of the dark pines. I got out to check if I could move it. Big mistake. As soon as I touched the trunk, a cloud of yellow. Dust puffed into my face. I stumbled back, coughing and rubbing my eyes, but it was too late. The pollen had gotten into my lungs, my bloodstream. The effect wasn't immediate. I managed to find a way around the fallen tree and continue driving. But as the afternoon wore on, things started to change. It began with whispers. Too quiet to make out, like someone was sitting in my passenger seat, talking under their breath. I kept turning to look, but no one was there. By the time I reached my tower, the whispers had become words, familiar voices. Your fault, Calvin. I spun around. Standing behind me was Tom Mackenzie, one of the campers who died in the fire. I'd failed to stop while drunk on duty 7 years ago, but he couldn't be there. He was dead. You let us burn, Calvin. His skin was blackened, cracked, smoke rising from his clothes. Now you'll burn too. I backed away, my heart pounding. You're not real. You're the pollen, a hallucination. He smiled, his teeth white against his charred face. Are you sure? Maybe this is real and everything else is the dream. I shut my eyes tight, counting to 10 slowly. When I opened them, Tom was gone, but the whispers remained. Inside the tower, I splashed cold water on my face and tried to focus. The hallucinations were just beginning, I knew. Henry had warned me they would get worse. I spread my map on the desk again, adding the information from Henry's journal. If I could find the queen tree, I might be able to stop this. The pattern of sap circles should point to her location. As night fell, the whispers turned to screams. Every person who had died because of me, in the fire, in accidents over the years, even my parents, seemed to crowd into the small tower room, pointing accusing fingers, their faces twisted in rage or pain. Not real, I told myself over and over. Focus on the map, find the queen. The pattern formed a star, with lines of sap connecting each point. And at the center, I traced my finger to the middle of the star. It was a spot deep in the oldest, a part of the forest, a place rarely visited these days, a place my grandmother had once told me never to go, the ancient grove. Of course, the oldest trees growing on what had once been burial grounds. Henry had said the spirits originally protected sacred places. The queen would be there, at the heart of what they were trying to defend. Planning to go there would have to wait, though. As darkness deepened, a sound rose from the forest below, the now familiar creaking of wood and heavy footsteps. The pine walkers were back, and there seemed to be more of them than before. Through my windows, I could see them, dozens of tall wooden figures surrounding my tower, their amber eyes glowing in the darkness. They made no move to climb the stairs, but they didn't need to. They were patient. They could wait. One of them stepped forward, larger than the others. When it spoke, its voice was almost human. Join us, son of two worlds. Your blood remembers the old ways. What happens if I refuse? I called down. Then you will feed the pods like the others. A gesture from the large pine walker, and several of the figures parted to reveal what they'd brought with them. Amber. Pods, each the size of a human body, glowing softly in the darkness. Through the translucent surface of the nearest one, I could make out a face. It was Lisa, a hiker who'd been reported missing 3 days ago. Her eyes were open, staring sightlessly, her body perfectly preserved in the amber-like substance. She lives, the pine walker said. They all live. They feed the new growth. They will spread our kind when the burning comes. I counted 5 pods, 5 missing people, now preserved like insects in amber, waiting to become part of whatever terrible plan these creatures had. Let them go, I demanded. They're innocent. No human is innocent, the voice creaked back. You cut, you burn, you build. The forest remembers. As if to emphasize its words, the hallucinations intensified. The dead surrounded me again, but now they were changing. Tree limbs sprouting from their charred skin, amber replacing their eyes, their mouths opening to release clouds of yellow pollen. I sank to the floor, pressing my hands over my ears to block out their accusations. Not real, I chanted, not real. But as the night wore on, and the pine walkers kept their silent vigil around my tower, one terrible truth became clear. While the hallucinations might not be real, the danger was. These things were preparing for something big. The pattern was nearly complete, and if I couldn't find the queen and stop her soon, my entire forest would burn, spreading the pine walkers to forests beyond. starting a cycle that might not end until every human in their path was turned to amber or wood. As dawn approached and the pine walkers began to retreat, taking their amber pods with them, I made my decision. I would go to the ancient grove today, before they completed their pattern, before the burning came. Dawn light filtered through my tower windows as I packed a small backpack with essentials: water, protein bars, first aid kit, flashlight, and a small metal container of salt. According to Henry, salt lines might protect me from the pine walkers. I also took my shotgun, axe, and a metal tuning fork I'd found in an old music box. Henry's journal said certain sounds hurt the pine walkers. It wasn't much, but I needed every edge I could get. My truck wouldn't make it to the ancient grove. The roads didn't go that far in. I'd have to hike the last 3 miles. As I drove as close as possible, the morning sky turned strange. The usual clear blue of summer was now a sickly yellow-gray, like the air itself was infected. The temperature swung wildly. 1 minute I was sweating. The next I could see my breath. Weather didn't behave like this naturally. The pine walkers were changing more than just the trees. I parked at an old trailhead and started hiking, my bad leg already aching. The path quickly disappeared, overcome by underbrush that seemed to grab at my ankles. Twice I found myself walking in circles, even though I'd been following what seemed like a straight line. "They're trying to confuse me," I muttered, pulling out my compass. The needle spun wildly, useless. The silence was the worst part. No birds, no insects, not even wind. Just the sound of my own breathing and footsteps. After an hour of slow progress, I found strange markings carved into the trunks of normal trees, swirls and lines that matched the patterns in the sap circles. I was getting close, then I saw it. A perfect ring of those dark pine trees ahead, surrounding what had to be the ancient grove. The trees in the ring were massive, taller than any normal pine should be, their bark black as coal. Between them, mist hugged the ground, hiding whatever lay inside the circle. I hesitated at the edge. Once I stepped through that ring, there would be no turning back. A branch snapped behind me. I spun around, raising my shotgun. Jack stood there, my old drinking buddy, now deputy forest supervisor. He looked terrible, pale with dark circles under his eyes. "Calvin," he said, his voice hoarse. "Thank God I found you." "Jack, what are you doing out here?" He ran a hand through his graying hair. "Looking for you. The Forest Service got your message about Mike Johnson. Search teams found his truck yesterday, but no sign of him." "What happened, Cal?" I lowered my gun slightly, still wary. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me," he said, stepping closer. "I've seen things too these past few days, things that don't make sense." Something was off about Jack. His movements were too stiff, his eyes too bright. "Like what?" I asked, taking a step back. "Trees where they shouldn't be, that strange sap everywhere. And the birds, where have all the birds gone, Cal?" I studied his face. He seemed sincere, frightened even. Maybe he finally believed me. "They took Mike," I said, "turned him into one of them. They're called pine walkers, spirits that can move. Through trees, they're building some kind of pattern through the forest, preparing for a fire." Jack nodded slowly. "I found some of your notes at your tower. The map with the star pattern. That's when I knew you were onto something real." "You believe me now. I've seen them too," he whispered. "Last night, standing outside my house, watching. When I tried to take a picture, they were gone. But they left this." He rolled up his sleeve. Dark veins ran from his wrist to his elbow, the skin around them turning a woody brown. My blood went cold. "Jack, when did this start?" 3 days ago. It's spreading. What's happening to me, Cal?" I took another step back. "They're changing you, like they changed Mike." Fear flashed across his face. "Can you stop it? Henry Willis told you things, didn't he? That's why you're out here." I hesitated. How did he know about Henry? The Queen Tree, I said carefully. She controls all the others. If I can find her in the ancient grove, Jack nodded. I figured that's where you were headed. My hand tightened on the shotgun. I'd never told Jack about the ancient grove. I hadn't told anyone. How do you know about that? Something changed in Jack's eyes. A flicker of amber replacing the blue. You shouldn't have come alone, Calvin, he said, his voice different now with a creaking undertone. The Queen has been waiting for you. He lunged forward with inhuman speed. I fired the shotgun, the blast catching him in the shoulder. He stumbled back, but there was no blood, only splinters and dark sap oozing from the wound. Too late for your friend. A chorus of voices came from Jack's mouth. He is ours now, first of the new Guardians. Jack's skin was changing as I watched, bark spreading across his face, his fingers elongating into wooden points. He wasn't fully transformed yet, not like the pine walkers I'd seen before. But he was no longer human. I turned and ran, pushing through the ring of dark trees into the ancient grove. Behind me, Jack let out a howl that no human throat could make. Inside the ring, the forest changed. The trees here were ancient pines, their massive trunks wider than my truck, branches creating a canopy so thick that little sunlight penetrated. The ground was covered in a carpet of pine needles and those strange symbols drawn in dried sap. The air felt heavy, charged with something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. And the smell, that sweet pine scent mixed with something metallic but 100 times stronger than before. I forged ahead, following the symbols on the ground. They seemed to form a path leading to the center of the grove. As I walked, whispers swirled around me, too many voices to count. The sun returns. Blood of the old ones. Witness the burning. I tried to block them out, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The path wound between the massive trees, sometimes doubling back on itself like a maze designed to confuse. Without the symbols to follow, I would have been lost in minutes. Something moved in the corner of my eye, a tall wooden figure slipping between distant trees. Then another, and another. The pine walkers were here, watching me but not attacking. Not yet. After what felt like hours, the path opened into a clearing at the heart of the grove. What I saw there stopped me cold. In the center stood the largest tree I'd ever seen, easily 20 feet across and towering hundreds of feet into the air. Its bark was black as night, with deep fissures running up its trunk like veins, but it was what was in the bark that turned my blood to ice. Faces. Dozens of human faces embedded in the wood, their features perfectly preserved, eyes closed as if sleeping. Men, women, some looking decades old, others more recent, all trapped in the living wood of the massive pine, the Queen Tree. At its base, the ground was covered in amber pools, each one containing a partially formed pine walker, like insects in various stages of development. And surrounding the clearing were more of those amber pods I'd seen before, at least 20 of them, each containing a human being preserved inside. Missing hikers, campers, people who had vanished in these woods over years, perhaps decades. As I approached the Queen Tree, the faces in the bark began to move, eyes opening to reveal amber orbs that fixed on me. When they spoke, it was with one voice from dozens of mouths. Son of two worlds, you have come to us at last. I raised my shotgun. Let those people go. The faces smiled, a terrible sight. They are not prisoners. They are becoming, as all humans must become. The old way returns. What do you want? I demanded. To spread, to grow, to take back what was taken from us. Jack emerged from the trees behind me, now more walker than human, only patches of his face still recognizable. The burning comes tonight, he said, his voice a wooden rasp. Lightning will strike, the pattern will ignite, and our seeds will fly with the ash to forests beyond. Understanding dawned on me. The drought, the moved trail markers, the missing hikers. It had all been building to this. The pine walkers were using the forest fire as a way to spread, using human bodies as vessels for their spores. "Why show me this?" I asked. "Why bring me here?" The Queen's many faces regarded me with those eerie amber eyes. "Because you will be our voice, our prophet, the one who warns. Warns about what?" "The forest remembers," the Queen and Jack said together. "Every tree cut, every sacred place desecrated. Humans forget, but we do not. The time of forgetting is over." A noise from above made me look up. Dark clouds were gathering with unnatural speed, forming directly over the ancient grove. Lightning flashed within them, getting closer. "The fire will begin here," the Queen said, "and spread along our pattern. Those within the pattern will become. Those who fight will feed the pods." Thunder cracked overhead. I didn't have much time. "I won't help you," I said, backing away. "I'll stop this." The faces in the Queen tree laughed, a sound like breaking branches. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The pattern is complete. The vessels are ready." I pulled out my map. The star pattern of sap circles. It created channels through the forest, paths the fire would follow, burning hot and fast along specific routes while leaving other areas untouched. Perfect for spreading their spores without destroying the whole forest. Jack stepped closer, moving jerkily as his transformation continued. "Join us, Calvin. It doesn't hurt once you let go." I looked at his eyes, more amber than blue now, but a flicker of my old friend still visible within. "Jack, fight it," I urged. "This isn't you." For a moment, something human flickered across his wooden features. "Cal, help me." Then it was gone, replaced by that eerie stillness. "Too late for him," the pine walker said through Jack's mouth. "Too late for all of you." Lightning flashed again, closer now. The wind picked up, swirling pine needles around the clearing. I had to get out of here, had to warn people. The pine walkers wanted the fire to spread along their pattern, which meant there must be a way to disrupt it. I remembered what Henry had said. Salt lines, ash, and certain sounds could hurt them. I pulled out the tuning fork from my pocket and struck it against a rock. The clear tone rang through the clearing. The effect was immediate. Jack clutched his head, stumbling back. The faces in the Queen tree contorted in pain. The dark bark of the tree seemed to ripple, like it was struggling to hold its shape. I struck the fork again, harder. This time, several of the pine walkers emerging from the trees fell to their knees, amber eyes dulling. It worked, but the tuning. Fork was small, its sound not powerful enough to do lasting damage. I needed something bigger, something that could disrupt their entire pattern. As I backed toward the path I'd followed in, Jack recovered, his wooden face twisting in rage. "You cannot stop the burning!" "Watch me," I said, and ran. Behind me, the pine walkers gave chase, but they were slower in daylight. I sprinted through the ancient grove, following the symbols back the way I'd come. My leg burned with pain, but fear drove me on. I had just reached the ring of dark trees surrounding the grove when the lightning struck, a blinding flash, a deafening crack, and the smell of ozone filled the air. I looked back to see flames erupting. From the top of the Queen tree, blue, white, and unnatural. The burning had begun. I had to get back to my tower, to the radio. I had to warn people about what was coming. As I ran through the forest, I saw more pine walkers emerging from trees everywhere. Their amber eyes fixed on the growing fire. They didn't try to stop it. They welcomed it. This wasn't a normal forest fire. And if I couldn't find a way to disrupt their pattern, it wouldn't just claim the Bridger-Teton National Forest. It would spread their corruption to every forest beyond. I ran until my lungs burned and my bad leg threatened to give out. Behind me, thick smoke rose from the ancient grove, the strange blue-white fire spreading faster than any natural blaze should. When I finally reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. As I drove down the bumpy forest road, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see pine walkers following. Instead, I saw the fire leaping from treetop to treetop, almost like it was alive and hunting. It didn't spread in all directions, like a normal forest fire. Instead, it followed a path, the first line of the star pattern I'd mapped out. I grabbed my radio, hoping it would work now that I was away from the ancient grove. Emergency, emergency. This is Ranger Calvin Reeves at Lookout 7. Fire in the north sector, spreading fast toward the main campgrounds. Need immediate evacuation. Over. Static. Then a voice broke through, not Jack's, thankfully, but Susan. I'm from headquarters. Calvin, we see the smoke. Fire teams are mobilizing. What's your position? Over. Heading to Bear Creek Campground to start evacuation. This fire isn't normal, Susan. It's following specific paths. Tell the fire teams to focus on cutting breaks along these coordinates. I rattled off the points of the star pattern where the lines would intersect with populated areas. Calvin, that doesn't make sense. Fires don't follow paths. Over. Trust me on this. People will die if you don't listen, I shouted into the radio. Pause, then. Roger that, I'll pass it along. Be careful out there, over and out. I tossed the radio aside and pressed the gas pedal harder. Bear Creek Campground was the closest to the fire's path, with over 30 sites currently occupied. If the fire reached it before people could evacuate, I forced the thought away. I wouldn't let anyone else die. Not if I could help it. The campground came into view through the trees. I could see families packing up, pointing at the smoke visible above the tree line. At least they were aware something was wrong. I pulled up and jumped out, flashing my ranger badge. Everyone needs to evacuate now, I shouted. Fire's coming fast. Leave your gear if you have to. Just get in your vehicles and go. Most people moved quickly, throwing essentials into cars and RVs. A few lingered, trying to save tents or coolers. You don't understand. I grabbed one man's arm as he struggled with a tent stake. This isn't a normal fire. It's moving faster than anything you've seen. Go, now. Something in my face must have convinced him. He abandoned the tent and hustled his family to their SUV. As people pulled out of the campground, I did a quick sweep of each site, making sure no one was left behind. At the last one, I found a family still eating breakfast, seemingly unconcerned. Didn't you hear the warning? I asked, breathless. There's a fire coming. The father, a big man with a beard, smiled up at me. His eyes flashed amber. I stumbled back, reaching for my shotgun. But it was too late. The entire family, father, mother, teenage son, and young daughter, stood up as one. Their movements were stiff, wooden. All had those telltale amber eyes. The burning comes, the little girl said, her voice not her own. You cannot stop it. They weren't fully transformed like Mike had been, but they were well on their way. Pine Walker hybrids, just like Jack. How many others were already changing? How many campers weren't really human anymore? I backed away slowly. The fire department is coming. They'll cut brakes, stop the spread. The bearded man laughed, a sound like cracking wood. They cannot stop what they do not understand. The pattern protects us. The fire follows our path. I turned and ran back to my truck. There was nothing I could do for them now. As I drove to the next campground, I saw something that confirmed my worst fears. The fire had split, burning along two separate paths, exactly following the lines of the star pattern. Between the lines, forest remained untouched, while along them flames burnt hot and focused, like blowtorches cutting through metal. No natural fire behaved like this. I reached Silver Lake Campground in time to help most people evacuate. But here too I found hybrids, people with amber eyes and stiff movements who refused to leave. They just stood watching the approaching fire with something like worship in their wooden faces. By midday, most campers were evacuated from the endangered areas. Fire teams had arrived, but they were confused by the fire's unusual behavior. It wouldn't respond to their usual tactics, burning through fire breaks like they weren't even there. I headed back to my tower to get my full maps and notes. Maybe there was something there that could help, some weakness in the pattern I hadn't spotted yet. As I neared the tower, my heart sank. The clearing around it was no longer empty. Dozens of pine walkers stood in a circle, their wooden bodies still as statues, amber eyes fixed on my approaching truck, and among them, arranged in a smaller circle, were those horrible amber pods, at least 30 of them now, each with a human trapped inside. I stopped the truck 100 yards away, considering my options. I needed what was in that tower, but there was no way to get past all those pine walkers. Then I noticed something odd. The pine walkers weren't advancing. They just stood there, forming a perfect circle around my tower, almost like they were protecting it or containing something inside. My radio crackled. "Calvin, you there? Over." It was Susan from headquarters. I grabbed the handset. "I'm here. Fire still spreading along those paths I told you about? Over." "Yes, it's the strangest thing. Fire crews say it's like the fire is being directed somehow. And Calvin, we're getting reports of people acting strangely, not evacuating. Some of our own rangers are missing. Over." "They've been changed," I said, grimly. "The pine I caught myself. There's something in the forest that's changing people. Anyone with amber eyes is dangerous. Keep your crews away from them. Over." "Calvin, none of this makes sense. We need you back at headquarters to explain what's going on." "Over." I looked at the circle of pine walkers around my tower. "Can't do that right now. I'm surrounded. Listen, Susan, has anyone tried using sound against the fire, like really loud, high-pitched sounds? Over." "What? No. Why would they?" "Over. Just trust me. Get the biggest speakers you can find. Try frequencies between 8,000 and 12,000 hertz. It might disrupt whatever's controlling the fire." "Over." "Calvin, that's just do it. We're running out of time. Over and out." I put down the radio and studied the pine walkers again. They were completely still, like wooden statues. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. I remembered what I'd learned. They were stronger at night, weaker in daylight. If I was going to make a move, it had to be now, before dark. I grabbed my axe, the salt container, and the tuning fork from my pack. Not much to fight an army of wooden monsters, but it was all I had. Just as I was about to get out of the truck, movement at the tower door caught my eye. Someone was coming out, a human figure walking normally. I raised my binoculars. It was a woman in a Forest Service uniform, moving with purpose toward the pine walkers. As she got closer, they parted. To let her pass, I adjusted the focus on the binoculars and felt a jolt of recognition. It was Karen Wilson, my former supervisor, the one who'd given me a second chance after the fire 7 years ago. I'd thought she'd retired to Arizona last year. What was she doing here? Through the binoculars, I could see her face clearly as she walked toward my truck. She looked normal, no amber eyes, no wooden skin, completely human. She stopped about 20 feet from my truck and waved for me to join her. I lowered the window instead. "Karen, what are you doing here?" "Calvin," her voice was warm, familiar. "I came as soon as I heard what was happening. I can help you." "How did you get past them?" I nodded toward the pine walkers. "They won't hurt me. Or you, if you come with me now." She held out her hand. "They just want to talk, Calvin. They can explain everything." I tightened my grip on my axe. "Karen retired last year, moved to Sedona." Her smile didn't waver. "I came back when I heard about the trouble. The Forest Service called in everyone with experience." "No," I said firmly. "You're not Karen. You're one of them, or something they created to trick me." Her face changed then, the friendly smile transforming into something colder. "You always were too smart for your own good, Calvin. We needed you to understand, to witness, but now you're becoming a problem." "What are you?" I demanded. "A projection, a memory. The forest remembers everyone who's ever walked beneath its branches. I can be Karen. I can be your mother. I can be anyone you've ever known." As she spoke, her features shifted, becoming my grandmother for a moment, then settling back into Karen's face. "What do you want from me?" I asked, keeping her talking while I scanned the tree line for an escape route. "We want you to stop fighting us," she said simply. "The burning must happen. The pattern must be completed. Our children must spread." "Your children are killing people, turning them into trees and amber pods." She shook her head, looking genuinely sad. "A necessary transition. Humans had their time. Now the forest reclaims what was taken." The sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening. The pine walkers began to move, slowly closing the circle, cutting off escape routes. "Last chance, Calvin," Karen, or whatever she was, said. "Join us willingly or become a pod. Either way, you will be part of the burning." I gunned the engine and swerved around her, aiming for the narrowest gap between two pine walkers. They reached for the truck with long wooden fingers, scratching deep grooves in the paint, but I burst through, fishtailing onto the forest road. In the rearview mirror, I saw them pursuing, not running, but sinking into the trees along the roadside, then emerging from trees ahead, trying to cut me off. They were using the forest itself as a shortcut. I swerved again and again, narrowly missing wooden figures that lunged from between trees. One managed to grab onto the back of the truck, wooden fingers digging into the metal. I heard it climbing onto the roof. Thinking fast, I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard. The pine walker flew off, crashing into a tree trunk and shattering into wooden fragments so they could be broken. That was good to know. I drove as fast as I dared on the rough road, heading not for headquarters but for the fire line itself. The smoke was visible now, a strange blue-white plume rising from where the pattern burned hottest. My radio crackled again. "Calvin, it's Susan. Are you okay? Over." "Still here," I said, breathing hard. "Did you try the sound idea?" "Over. Fire Team 7 is setting up speakers now." "Calvin, we've got reports of people walking into the fire voluntarily. And others changing, some kind of mass hallucination. Over." "It's not a hallucination. Has anyone seen Jack, Deputy Supervisor Jack Marshall?" "Over." A pause. "He's at the main fire line, coordinating teams." "Why?" "Over." My blood went cold. Jack was fully transformed now, a Pine Walker hybrid. If he was coordinating fire teams, he was really making sure they couldn't stop the burning. "Susan, listen carefully. Jack isn't Jack anymore. He's been changed." Amber eyes move stiffly. "Keep everyone away from him." "Over." "Calvin, you're not making sense. Jack is..." The radio cut off suddenly. Through the trees ahead, I could see the glow of the fire, much closer now, and something else. Flashing lights, emergency vehicles. I rounded a bend and found a roadblock. Fire. Trucks, police cars, and Forest Service vehicles blocking the way. People in uniforms moved around urgently, and standing in the center of the road was Jack. Even from a distance, I could see that his transformation had progressed. His skin was now almost entirely bark, his hands fully wooden claws. But he still wore his Forest Service uniform, and the others acted like nothing was wrong, like they couldn't see what he'd become, some kind of mind control. Or was it the yellow pollen, making them see what the Pine Walkers wanted them to see? I slowed the truck to a stop 100 yards from the roadblock. There was no way through, and turning back would lead me right to the pursuing Pine Walkers. I was trapped. The fire was closing in from 3 sides, following the pattern perfectly, and ahead was Jack and whatever other hybrids had infiltrated, the emergency response teams. As darkness fell completely, the fire's glow grew brighter. But I noticed something else. The blue-white flames were changing, forming shapes within the fire itself. Faces, bodies. The Pine Walkers were controlling the flames directly now, shaping them, directing them. I'd run out of options. I couldn't fight them all. Couldn't outrun the fire. And I couldn't let them take me, turn me into one of those amber pods. Then I remembered what Henry had said. The queen tree controlled all the others. She was the heart of it all. If I could somehow reach her again, damage her enough. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I turned the truck around and drove straight toward the heart of the fire, toward the ancient grove where the queen waited. Behind me, I heard Jack's inhuman howl as he realized what I was doing. Ahead, the forest burned with that unnatural blue-white flame. I was driving into hell itself. But if I could reach the queen, maybe I could still stop this. Maybe I could save what was left of my forest before the burning spread beyond. Driving toward a forest fire goes against every instinct. 7 years of training as a smoke jumper and 23 as a ranger had taught me that fire was the enemy, something to run from, not toward. But this wasn't a normal fire. The road to the ancient grove was already burning in spots. I swerved around fallen branches and jumped the truck over smaller flames. The heat was intense, blasting through my open windows like a furnace. Strangely, the fire didn't burn everything. It followed specific paths, leaving strips of untouched forest between rivers of blue-white flame. The pine walker's pattern, burning, just as they'd planned. My truck's engine began to overheat, steam hissing from under the hood. I wouldn't make it all the way to the ancient grove by vehicle. I pulled over at a small ranger supply cache about a mile from my destination. If I was lucky, it would have what I needed. The shed was untouched by fire, protected by one of the gaps in the burning pattern. Inside, I found what I was looking for, fire-retardant chemicals, the kind we used to drop from planes to stop fires from spreading. These chemicals worked by neutralizing the combustion process. If the pine walkers used some kind of special resin to control the fire, maybe these chemicals could disrupt it. I loaded as many containers as I could carry into a backpack, along with emergency flares and a battery-powered megaphone I found, hanging on the wall. The tuning fork had shown that sound hurt them. Maybe amplified sound would hurt them more. The hike to the ancient grove was a nightmare. Heat shimmered in the air, making it hard to see. Smoke burned my lungs with every breath. Twice I had to dive to the ground as burning branches crashed down around me. But the worst part was the pine walkers. They moved through the flames like they were part of the fire itself. Wooden bodies glowing with inner heat, amber eyes shining like embers. They didn't attack me. They didn't need to. They simply watched as I struggled toward their queen, knowing the fire would wear me down before I reached her. Finally, exhausted and half-choked by smoke, I reached the ring of dark pines surrounding the ancient grove. The trees were burning now, but the flames didn't consume them. Instead, the fire seemed to flow through them like blood through veins, making them stronger. I pushed through the ring into the grove itself. Inside, the scene was hellish. The massive ancient pines were all burning with that strange blue-white fire, yet somehow remained intact. The ground was covered in pools of amber that bubbled and steamed, and the air itself seemed alive with yellow pollen that swirled in patterns too deliberate to be natural. At the center, the queen tree burned brightest of all. The faces in her trunk were no longer static. They moved, mouths opening and closing, eyes blinking, expressions shifting from pain to ecstasy and back again. At the base of the queen, Jack knelt with arms outstretched, fully transformed now, his body more wood than flesh. Around him were other hybrids, forest rangers, campers, hikers, all in various stages of transformation, forming a circle of worship around their queen. Jack sensed my presence first, his head snapping toward me, with that unnatural, jerky movement. "Too late, Calvin," he said, his voice a chorus of creaks and whispers. "The pattern burns. The pods are ready. Our children will fly with the smoke and ash." I set down my backpack carefully, keeping my eyes on the transformed humans. "It doesn't have to be this way," I said. "You were guardians once, protectors of sacred places. You've become something else, something that destroys." The faces in the queen tree spoke as one, their voices filling the grove. We protect by destroying. The disease must be burned away. Humans are the infection. Not all humans, I argued, stepping closer. Some of us understand. Some of us have protected the forest too. Too few, the queen replied. Too late. I needed to get closer to use the fire retardant, but the circle of hybrids blocked my way, and they were rising now, moving toward me with wooden limbs outstretched. Time for a distraction. I pulled out the megaphone and switched it on. Then I struck the tuning fork against a rock and held it to the megaphone's speaker. The amplified tone cut through the roar of the fire like a knife. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The hybrids clutched their heads, falling to their knees. The queen tree shuddered, her many faces contorting in pain. The blue-white flames flickered and wavered. I struck the tuning fork again, holding it longer this time. The sound seemed to disrupt whatever controlled the pine walkers. Their movements became jerky, uncoordinated. The flames dimmed further. Taking advantage of their confusion, I ran forward, dodging between the kneeling hybrids. When I reached the queen tree, I dropped the megaphone and tuning fork and pulled out the containers of fire retardant. The faces in the trunk glared down at me, their amber eyes burning with hatred. You cannot stop what has begun, they said. The pattern is complete. The burning spreads beyond this forest even now. We'll see about that, I muttered, unscrewing the first container. But before I could pour it, something hit me from behind. Hard. I crashed to the ground, the container flying from my hands. Jack stood over me, his wooden body smoking but intact. No more interruptions, he growled. He picked me up with inhuman strength and slammed me against the trunk of the queen tree. The bark moved, shifting to envelop my arms and legs, holding me in place. You will watch, Jack said. Watch as your world burns and ours rises from the ashes. The bark continued to creep over my body, working its way up my chest toward my neck. I struggled, but it was like being trapped in drying cement. Jack, I gasped, if you're still in there, help me. This isn't you. For a second, something flickered in his amber eyes, a hint of the human he once was. His wooden hand twitched, reaching toward me, then pulled back. Too late for Jack, the pine walker said. Too late for you. As the bark reached my throat, a noise broke through the roar of the fire, a high-pitched whine growing louder, the sound we'd been waiting for, fire planes. The queen tree shuddered. The faces in her trunk looked up, expressions of alarm replacing triumph. No! They cried in unison. Above the ancient grove, fire suppression planes appeared through the smoke, flying in tight formation. But they weren't dropping water or normal fire retardant. Attached to their undercarriages were massive speakers blasting. That same high-frequency tone I'd created with the tuning fork, but 100 times louder. Susan had listened to me after all. The sound hit the ancient grove like a physical force. The queen tree writhed, her bark splitting in places. The hybrids fell to the ground, including Jack, their wooden bodies cracking. The blue-white flames flickered and dimmed, momentarily losing their unnatural direction. The bark holding me loosened, just enough. I wrenched one arm free and reached for my backpack, which had fallen nearby. My fingers closed around a flare. I knew what I had to do. The planes would disrupt the pine walkers temporarily, but it wouldn't stop them. The queen would recover. The pattern would burn again. They would spread, unless I changed the pattern. With my free hand, I managed to pull my axe from my belt. Summoning all my strength, I swung it at the bark, holding my other arm, splintering it enough to pull free. Jack was struggling to his feet, his wooden body cracking but still functional. You cannot stop us, he growled. Watch me, I said. I grabbed the containers of fire retardant and began splashing them directly onto the queen tree, focusing on the areas where the blue-white fire burned hottest. The liquid hissed and steamed on contact. The effect was immediate. The flames changed color, turning from blue-white to normal orange-red. The queen screamed, a terrible sound that shook the entire grove. "What have you done?" Jack cried. "Change the chemistry," I gasped, continuing to pour. "Your special resin controls the fire, makes it follow your pattern. This neutralizes it, makes it burn like normal fire." The faces in the queen tree contorted in horror as they realized what this meant. Without their control, the fire would no longer follow their carefully designed paths. It would burn randomly, naturally, destroying their precious pattern, including the amber pods they'd prepared to spread their spores. "No!" the queen's many voices shrieked. "The children! The seeds!" The blue-white flames were dying everywhere. The retardant touched, replaced by normal fire that began to consume the queen's bark in earnest. The faces in her trunk screamed as they started to burn. Jack lunged for me, but I was ready. I swung my axe with all my might, catching him in the chest. His wooden body split open, revealing a hollow core filled with amber sap. He staggered, back trying to hold himself together as the sap leaked out. "I'm sorry, old friend," I said. I had one container of retardant left and a choice to make. I could use it to clear myself a path out of the burning grove, maybe save myself, or I could make sure the job was finished. The queen was burning, but not fast enough. Some of her faces still moved, still controlled the flames in parts of the forest. The pattern was damaged, but not destroyed. I looked at the flare in my hand, then at the amber pools surrounding the queen tree. Each one contained a partially formed pine walker, their development interrupted by the disrupted fire, and each one was highly flammable. I knew what I had to do. "This ends now," I said, looking up at the queen's burning faces. "The forest will heal. Without you." I poured the last container of retardant in a circle around myself, creating a small safe zone. Then I lit the flare. The queen seemed to realize my plan. "No, you will burn with us." "So be it," I said. I threw the flare into the nearest amber pool. The explosion was immediate and devastating. The amber ignited with a whoosh, setting off a chain reaction through all the connected pools. The queen tree was engulfed in normal orange flames that ate through her bark and into her core. The faces screamed as they burned, their features melting away. Jack and the other hybrids collapsed as their wooden bodies caught fire, returning to ash. I dropped to the ground in my small circle of retardant, covering my face as best I could. The heat was unbearable, the roar deafening. All around me the ancient grove burned, not with the pine walker's controlled fire, but with natural, chaotic flames that consumed everything. Their pattern was broken, their plan destroyed. The amber pods would burn before they could release their spores. But I was trapped. My circle of retardant was shrinking as the flames crept closer. The smoke was so thick I could barely breathe. I'd made my choice, and now I would pay the price. As consciousness began to fade, I thought I saw figures moving through the flames toward me. Human figures in fire-resistant suits. Had the fire teams found me somehow? Was there a chance? The last thing I remembered was someone lifting me, carrying me through the inferno. Then darkness. I didn't expect to wake up. When I did, the clean white walls of a hospital room seemed like a dream. A nurse noticed I was awake and called for a doctor. Soon they were checking my vitals, asking questions, seeming surprised by my condition. "You should be dead," the doctor said bluntly. "Third-degree burns over 40% of your body. Smoke inhalation, not to mention your leg." My leg. My voice was a rasp, my throat raw from smoke. It was already damaged, but now... She shook her head. "You won't be running any marathons." I learned that 3 days had passed since the fire. It had burned over 40,000 acres, but was finally contained. 5 people were confirmed dead, 2 transformed into hybrids, 3 trapped in those horrible amber pods. No one mentioned pine walkers. No one talked about trees that walked, or amber eyes, or patterns in the fire. The official story was that environmental activists had set fires that got out of control, and I'd been caught in the worst of it. Jack's body was never found. Neither were the bodies of most of the hybrids, burned to ash, the report said. Nothing left to identify. Susan came to visit me a week later. She looked tired, with new lines on her face. "The fire crews said you saved a lot of lives," she said. "Your warning about the fire paths. They didn't make sense, but the crews followed them anyway, kept the fire from reaching the main campgrounds. Did you—" I hesitated. "Did you see anything strange in the fire?" She looked away. "You mean besides the sound weapons we used? That was your idea, right? The high-frequency noise?" "Yeah." "Did it help?" "It seemed to. The fire behaved normally after that. Not like before." She trailed off. "Not like it was being controlled," I finished. She met my eyes then. "I saw things, Calvin. Things I can't explain. But the official report says it was mass hallucination from smoke inhalation, and maybe that's easier to believe." I nodded. She'd seen them too, the pine walkers, the hybrids. But like she said, some things were easier not to acknowledge. "What will you do now?" she asked. "After you recover?" I looked out the window. From my hospital bed, I could see trees in the distance, normal trees with normal bark. "I don't know," I said honestly. "But I think I'm done with pine forests for a while." 6 months later, I was released from the hospital with a medical pension and a cane I'd need for the rest of my life. The official investigation concluded that the fire was a tragic accident, possibly caused by environmental extremists, but no one was ever charged. My tower burned to the ground that night. Nothing was salvaged. Not my maps, not my notes, not my photographs of the pine walkers. All evidence of what really happened was gone, but I know the truth. And sometimes when the wind blows a certain way, I can still hear whispers in the rustling leaves, still smell that sweet pine sap with its metallic undertone. The ancient grove is gone, the queen destroyed. But deep in the forest, in the ashes of what burned, new trees are growing, dark pines with unusual bark. And sometimes, if you look quickly enough, you might see a face forming in the wood. Eyes closed, as if sleeping, waiting. I don't live in the mountains anymore. After everything that happened, I moved to the desert, Arizona, where the only trees are scrubby junipers and twisted mesquite. No pines. I made sure of that. My leg never fully healed. The doctors say I'm lucky to walk at all. The cane helps, and on bad days, when the weather changes, I use a wheelchair. The burn scars cover most of my right side now, arm, chest, and face. Children stare. Adults try not to. I don't mind. The scars remind me that it was real, that I didn't imagine it all. The Bridger-Teton National Forest has mostly recovered. Nature is good at healing itself. The burn area is green again, young trees pushing up through the ashes of the old. The Forest Service built a memorial for those who died in the fire. Mike Johnson, the 2 campers, and the others who were never found. No mention of pine walkers or amber pods or trees that moved in the night. Just a simple stone marker honoring those lost to a tragic forest fire. I followed the news reports for years, watched for signs, strange disappearances in forests, unusual growth patterns, amber-colored sap where it shouldn't be. 3 years after the fire, I found what I was looking for. A small article about hikers in Olympic National Park, Washington, reporting lost time and returning to camp covered in sticky sap. Just like before, I sent an anonymous package to the ranger station there, Henry Willis's journal, which I'd kept hidden all these years. My own detailed notes, rewritten from memory. And a tuning fork with instructions on how to use it. I don't know if they'll believe it. I wouldn't have before I saw the pine walkers with my own eyes. But maybe it will save someone. Maybe it will stop the pattern before it starts again. Last week, a package arrived at my door. No return address. Inside was a small glass jar containing a seedling, a pine sapling no more than 6 inches tall. Its bark was unusually dark, almost black, and tied to the jar was a note written in a shaky hand I recognized as Henry Willis's, though I'd heard he died 2 winters ago. They always find a way back. The forest remembers. I keep the jar on my windowsill. Each morning I check to see if the sapling has grown overnight, if its bark has formed any patterns that might look like a face, if its needles have shifted toward me while I slept. It hasn't changed. Not yet. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and the desert wind stops blowing, I swear I can hear it whispering. The compass in my hand wasn't pointing north. It never did. Most people would call it broken, but I knew better. This old brass compass had saved my life more times than I could count, leading me to people lost in these ancient woods when all hope seemed gone. Today, its needle trembled before settling on a direction deep into the thickest part of the forest, where the fog was already rolling in like a living thing. My name is Vincent Torres. I'm a park ranger at Redwood National Park, and I see things other people don't. I've worked here for 7 years, but I've been searching these woods for 20. Torres, you heading out? Called Martinez from the ranger station door. He was new, only been here 2 summers, and still believed fog was just water in the air. Yeah, I said, tucking the compass into my pocket. Got reports of an abandoned campsite near Fern Canyon. Probably nothing, but with this fog coming in. Martinez nodded. Radio check every hour. This stuff's getting thick early today. I glanced up at the massive redwoods surrounding our station. Even at noon, their tops disappeared into mist. These giants had stood for over 2,000 years, some of them. What secrets did they keep in their rings? What had they witnessed? Cycle after cycle, every 20 years when the fog came like this. My sister Emily vanished in these woods during the fog season of 1977. I was 12. She was 14. They never found her body, just her backpack with a half-eaten sandwich still inside. The official report said animal attack, but I knew better. Animals leave traces. Emily had simply disappeared, like she'd walked through a door in the air. The fog was different this year, thicker, somehow alive. At night, I'd noticed tiny dots of blue-green light floating in it like fireflies, but smaller, colder. Nobody else seemed concerned, but I hadn't slept well since it started 3 days ago. Then again, I hadn't slept well since I was 12. Took the main trail for 2 miles before turning onto a barely visible deer path. The compass led me here, and I had learned not to question it. The trees grew closer together now, their massive trunks creating cathedral-like spaces between them. The fog wound through these natural hallways like fingers. The silence hit me first when I found the campsite. No birds, no insects, no wind in the leaves, just the drip of moisture from the trees. The tent was still up, a bright blue dome against the brown and green forest. A small camping stove sat on a flat rock, a pot of baked beans still on the burner. I touched the pot with the back of my hand, still warm. Someone had left in a hurry, but there were no footprints leading away from the camp besides my own. I should have felt uneasy, but strangely I felt like I'd been waiting for this moment my whole life. Inside the tent, I found a camera, some clothes, and a leather-bound journal. I flipped it open to the last entry, dated yesterday. Day 4. The fog is getting thicker. I keep seeing shapes moving at the edge of my vision. But when I turn to look, nothing's there. Last night I woke up feeling like someone was watching me from just outside the tent. When I shined my flashlight, I saw what looked like fingerprints pressed against the fabric, but from the outside. Long, thin fingers. Too many fingers. This morning I noticed the moss around my campsite has grown in a perfect circle. I swear, it wasn't like that yesterday. The patterns in the tree bark seem to form symbols when I look at them too long. There are people in the fog. They watch me when they think I'm not looking. I'm going to try to take pictures today. I closed the journal and slipped it into my backpack. Looking around the campsite again, I noticed what the journal mentioned. A perfect circle of bright green moss surrounding the entire area. It hadn't grown naturally. It was too precise, the edge too clean. My radio crackled, making me jump. Torres, check in. You at that campsite yet? Martinez's voice was partially obscured by static, unusual. For such a short distance, I pressed the talk button. Yeah, I'm here, weird scene. Camp's intact but abandoned, food still warm, no signs of where they went. The radio hissed with static, then, say again, you're breaking up. I began, but stopped as I noticed something in the fog just beyond the campsite. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, stood between two redwoods. I could only see its outline, elongated limbs, a too small head, and what looked like thin tendrils waving slowly from its body. It wasn't moving, just watching. When I blinked, it was gone. Torres, you there? The radio crackled again. I swallowed, hard. Yeah, heading back now. Something's not right here. As I packed up to leave, I noticed the camera, a simple digital point and shoot. I switched it on, surprised it still had battery. The last photo had been taken yesterday at 11:43 p.m. It showed this same campsite, empty except for the tent. But in the background, barely visible between the trees, were three tall, thin silhouettes, their bodies seeming to blend with the fog itself. The compass in my pocket suddenly felt heavy, and when I took it out, the needle was spinning wildly. For the first time in 20 years, it didn't seem to know which way to point. I had a feeling that was about to change. Something in these woods had been waiting for me. And now, like my sister before me, I was finally seeing what hid in the mist. I walked back to the ranger station slowly, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The fog seemed to follow me, curling around my ankles like a cat. I kept the camera in my hand, looking at that photo over and over. Those shapes shouldn't have been there. The main office was warm and bright when I got back, a relief after the damp chill of the forest. Chief Ranger Dawson was at her desk, looking over maps of the park. "Find anything at that campsite?" she asked without looking up. I placed the journal and camera on her desk. The campers gone, but they left almost. Everything behind. Food was still warm. Dawson frowned and picked up the camera. "Strange," she said, turning it on. "Maybe they just went for a walk and got lost. In that fog? And leave food cooking?" I shook my head. Something scared them off. She scrolled through the photos, pausing at the last one. "What am I looking at here? You don't see them?" I leaned over. "There, between the trees, three figures." Dawson squinted. "Just looks like more fog to me, Torres." She handed the camera back. "Maybe you need some rest. You've been putting in long hours lately." I bit back my frustration. No one ever saw what I saw in these woods. "There's something else," I said, pulling out the journal. "The last few entries talk about seeing people in the fog, watching the campsite." Dawson sighed. "Torres, every fall we get hikers who eat the wrong mushrooms or smoke something they shouldn't. They see all kinds of things. This is different," I insisted, and the moss around the campsite grew in a perfect circle, like mathematically perfect. She gave me a look I knew too well, the one people had been giving me since I was 12, telling stories about my sister being taken by shadows in the mist. "Take tomorrow off," she said. "This fog's getting to everyone. Martinez said the radio signals are breaking up all over the park. I knew arguing would get me nowhere. 20 years in these woods had taught me when to push and when to wait." I nodded and took back the journal and camera. "Fine, but I'm keeping these as evidence." That night I spread everything from the campsite on my kitchen table. Besides the journal and camera, I'd brought back a map the camper had marked with red X's, showing spots where they'd seen fog people. One X was right where Emily had disappeared 20 years ago. I couldn't sleep. I never could when the fog came. Around 2 a.m., I gave up trying and went to my small back porch with a cup of coffee. My cabin sat at the edge of the park, surrounded by redwoods. The fog was so thick now, I couldn't see past my yard. As I watched, small blue-green lights began to appear in the mist. They floated like tiny stars, pulsing gently. Beautiful, but wrong somehow. I'd never seen anything like them before this week. My compass sat on the railing. Its needle began to spin faster and faster, then stopped suddenly, pointing directly into the woods. At the same moment, I heard a snap of a twig from the tree line. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding muffled in the heavy air. "Someone there?" Something moved at the edge of my vision. I turned quickly but saw nothing. Then again, to my right, a tall, thin shape slipping behind a tree. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped off the porch. The wet grass soaked through my slippers immediately, but I barely noticed. The compass was pulling me forward like it had a mind of its own. "I can see you," I said more bravely than I felt. "What do you want?" The lights in the fog swirled more intensely, gathering in front of me. They formed what looked like a doorway of light, about 7 feet tall, hovering between two massive redwoods. My heart pounded in my chest. For 20 years, I'd searched these woods for any sign of what took my sister. Now something was finally showing itself. The compass jerked in my hand, nearly pulling free of my grip. Its needle pointed directly at the light doorway. From deep in the forest came a sound I'll never forget. A soft, musical humming that seemed to come from multiple throats at once. It rose and fell like waves on a shore. Then a voice spoke from the light. It wasn't quite human, more like someone playing a recording of words underwater. "Vincent Torres," it said, "the seeker, the brother, the one who sees." My mouth went dry. "Who are you? What do you want?" "We have been waiting," the voice continued. "The time approaches. The doorway opens." "Did you take my sister?" I demanded, stepping closer. "Is Emily alive?" The lights pulsed almost like laughter. "Emily walks between neither here nor there, as you soon will." A shape began to form in the doorway, impossibly tall and thin, with too many limbs that moved like seaweed in a current. I raised my flashlight, but before I could see it clearly, a gust of wind tore through the trees. The light door collapsed, scattering the blue-green particles, and darkness returned. I stood shaking in my wet slippers, alone in my yard. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something on the ground where the light had been. A small pile of moss growing in the same perfect circle I'd seen at the campsite. By morning, it had grown to completely surround my cabin. I called in sick the next day. Dawson didn't question it. She probably thought I needed the rest. But rest was the last thing on my mind. Instead, I drove to the county library to look through their local history archives. If these things appeared in 20-year cycles, there had to be records. The librarian, Mrs. Chen, had known me since I was a kid. She didn't ask questions when I requested all the newspapers from fall 1977, 1957, and 1937. "Local interest project?" she asked, setting down a stack of yellowed papers and microfiche reels. "Something like that," I mumbled, already scanning the headlines. It took hours, but I found what I was looking for. Every 20 years, like clockwork, unusual fog events followed by disappearances. November 1977, 3 hikers and my sister Emily. October 1957, 2 loggers and a botanist studying redwoods. September 1937, a park surveyor and 4 members of a camping party, all vanished during periods of unprecedented fog conditions, all in roughly the same area of the forest. None ever found, but there was more. Each time, witnesses reported strange lights in the fog. Each time, moss grew in perfect circles throughout the affected areas. And each time, at least one person. Reported seeing unnaturally tall figures watching from the trees. My hands shook as I wrote everything down. I wasn't crazy. Something had been taking people from these woods for generations, and it was happening again now. When I got home, the moss circle around my cabin had grown thicker, with small blue-green lights now visible in it, like the ones in the fog. The compass spun continuously on my kitchen table, unable to settle on a direction. My phone rang, making me jump. It was Martinez. "Torres, you need to come in. We've got another missing hiker. Left everything behind at their campsite." And Torres, this one left a camera too. There's something weird in the photos. I looked out my window at the thickening fog. I'll be right there. The pieces were starting to come together, but I had a terrible feeling we were already running out of time. The ranger station was buzzing when I arrived. 2 search teams were already gearing up, checking flashlights and radios. The missing hiker, a college student named Chen, had been staying at Pine Ridge Campground, just 3 miles from where Emily disappeared. Martinez waved me over to the map table where he was marking search areas. His usually calm face looked worried. "This fog is bad," he said. "Visibility's down to about 20 feet in some areas, and the radios keep cutting out." Chief Dawson joined us, handing me a Ziploc bag with a camera inside. "This was at Chen's campsite. Take a look." I turned on the camera and flipped through the photos. Most were normal tourist shots, selfies with giant trees, a pretty sunset, a deer by the trail. Then came the ones from last night. The first showed her campfire, with the fog curling around it. The next was her tent from the inside, with her flashlight shining on what looked like handprints, pressing against the fabric from outside. Long, thin handprints with too many fingers. The last photo made my stomach drop. It showed the woods at night, lit only by her flashlight. Standing between 2 trees was a tall, thin figure. Unlike the blurry shapes in the other campers' photos, this one was clear. It had a human-like body but stretched out, with arms too long and too many joints. Its face was blank except for what looked like cracks where light shone through. But what really got me was what it held in one of its long hands. A compass that looked exactly like mine. "Jesus," whispered Martinez, looking over my shoulder. "What the hell is that?" Chief Dawson frowned. "Probably just fog patterns and shadows, or someone playing a prank." "A prank," I said, my voice rising. "Chief, this is the second person to vanish in 3 days. And look at that thing." She took the camera from me. "Torres, I know you have personal reasons for jumping to conclusions, but let's stick to what we know. Chen missed her check-in this morning. Her campsite was abandoned. We need to find her before this fog gets worse." I bit my tongue. This wasn't the time to tell them about the lights outside my cabin or the voice that knew my name. "Fine," I said. "Where do you want me to search?" They assigned me to the area north of Chen's campsite, toward Fern Canyon. Martinez would be searching south, and 2 other teams would cover east and west. We'd check in by radio every 30 minutes. As I headed out into the forest, the fog thickened until the massive redwoods looked like ghost ships in a white sea. The moss under my boots gave way to soft needles and ferns. I kept one hand on my compass. It seemed confused again, the needle drifting lazily around its face before settling on a direction that definitely wasn't north. I decided to follow it. Anyway, the forest got quieter the deeper I went. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered, even the usual drip of moisture from leaves seemed muted. The silence pressed on my ears until I could hear my own heartbeat. My radio crackled. "Torres, check. In." Chief Dawson's voice barely made it through the static. "Still heading north," I replied. "No sign of Chen yet. Can barely hear you," she said. "Martinez lost radio contact 10 minutes ago. Head back if conditions worsen." "Copy that," I said. But even as I spoke, the static grew until her voice disappeared. Completely. I was alone now. No radio. Just me and the fog and whatever watched from between the trees. The compass needle suddenly snapped to a fixed direction, pointing off the trail to my right. I hesitated, then followed. 20 minutes later, I found the moss circle. This one was huge, maybe 30 feet across, with the same perfect edges I'd seen at the other campsite and around my cabin. In the center sat a tree stump, and on the stump was a backpack. I approached slowly, my hand on my pepper spray. The backpack was bright purple, mere Chen's from her photos. But that wasn't what made me freeze in my tracks. Sitting next to the backpack was an old, worn teddy bear with one eye missing. I recognized it instantly. It was Mr. Buttons, Emily's favorite toy. She'd been carrying it the day she disappeared. My hand shook as I picked it up. It should have rotted away years ago, but it looked barely weathered, like it had been carefully preserved. "Emily," I called out, my voice cracking. "Are you here?" Only silence answered me. But when I looked down, I noticed something had been carved into the tree stump, fresh marks in the wood, spelling out words. "Follow the lights, Vincent. We're waiting." The blue-green lights appeared around me then, floating out from between. The trees like curious fireflies. They danced in the air, forming a path leading deeper into the forest. I knew I should go back, tell someone what I'd found. But the compass was pulling hard toward the lights, and Mr. Buttons felt warm in my hand, like it had just been held. I followed the lights. The path they formed twisted through the oldest part of the forest, where the redwoods had stood for thousands of years. Their massive trunks were so wide, it would take 5 people holding hands to circle them. The fog grew thicker until I could barely see 10 feet ahead, but the lights guided me, bright against the white mist. I lost all sense of direction, of time. The forest seemed endless, the trees repeating in patterns that disoriented me. Then the ground changed under my feet. Instead of forest floor, I was walking on what felt like stone. The air smelled different, too. Less like earth and leaves, more like salt and something metallic. The lights gathered ahead in a clearing I hadn't seen before. At its center stood the largest redwood I'd ever encountered, its trunk splitting into a natural archway big enough to walk through. Blue-green light spilled from inside the archway, illuminating moss patterns that spiraled up the tree in perfectly symmetrical designs. They weren't random growths, they were symbols, a language written in living moss. As I stared, transfixed, a figure stepped out from behind the massive tree. For a moment, my heart leapt. It had the shape of a young woman. But as it moved into the light, I saw it wasn't human at all. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its body thin as a sapling. Its skin wasn't skin at all, but a shifting layer of what looked like fog, given solid form. Tendrils of mist extended from its arms like extra fingers. Its face had human features, but they moved and shifted as I watched, never quite settling. "Vincent Torres," it said in that same underwater voice I'd heard outside my cabin. "You've been searching for so long." I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand my ground. "Where is Mia Chen? Where is my sister?" The creature tilted its head at an impossible angle. "The new one walks between worlds now, as does your sister, as do all who join us." "I don't understand," I said. "Are they alive?" "Life, death. These are your words for states we do not recognize." The creature glided closer. Its movements were smooth, like it floated just above the ground. "We are the Mist Weavers. We have watched you since you were small, since you saw us take your sister." A chill ran down my spine. "You admit it? You took Emily? She was special. She could see us without help, as can you." It reached out one long, misty hand. "Would you like to see her again?" Before I could answer, my radio burst to life with a scream of static. Martinez's voice came through, panicked. "Torres! Anyone! I found something!" His words cut off into static, then, "Oh, God, they're here, they're all around me." A final scream, then silence. The Mistweaver showed no reaction. It simply waited, hand extended. I backed away. I need to help my friend. Your friend has already begun to walk between, it said calmly. Soon you will understand. The solstice approaches. The door opens fully then. The lights around us pulsed. Brighter, and for just a moment, the air seemed to tear open behind the creature. Through the tear, I caught a glimpse of what looked like our forest, but wrong somehow. The trees glowing from within, the sky a swirling mass of lights. Then everything returned to normal. The mist weaver was gone. The lights scattered into the fog. I stood alone in front of the massive redwood, clutching Emily's teddy bear in one hand and my compass in the other. The compass needle spun wildly, then settled, pointing back the way I'd come. Martinez needed help. I had to get back. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something scratched into the bark of the tree. Not words this time, but a simple drawing. 2 stick figures holding hands, one taller, one smaller. Just like Emily used to draw us. My sister was alive, somehow, somewhere, and I was running out of time to find her. I ran through the fog, following my compass. My boots slipped on wet leaves as I pushed branches away from my face. All I could think about was Martinez's scream and that thing's words. Your friend has already begun to walk between. The radio stayed dead no matter how many times I tried it. The forest felt different now, like it was watching me, waiting. The redwoods seemed to lean in closer, their massive trunks blocking paths that should have been there. After 20 minutes of running, I stopped to catch my breath. I wasn't where I should be. The trail had disappeared, and nothing looked familiar. My compass pointed firmly in one direction, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was leading me deeper into whatever trap had caught Martinez. I checked my watch. Almost 4 p.m. In a few hours it would be dark, and I did not want to be in these woods after sunset. Torres, can you hear me? Chief Dawson's voice suddenly broke through on my radio, thick with static but understandable. I grabbed it quickly. Chief, I'm here. Martinez is in trouble. He was screaming about something surrounding him. We're losing contact, everyone! Her voice faded in and out. Back to base, immediately. Fog getting worse. I need to find Martinez first, I shouted into the radio, but only static answered me. I had a choice to make, head back, as ordered, or follow my compass to where I thought Martinez might be. 20 years of searching for Emily had taught me one thing. In these woods, playing it safe never got answers. I kept going in the direction my compass pointed. The fog thickened until it felt like walking through clouds. The blue-green lights appeared again, floating alongside me like curious animals. I didn't trust them, but they lit my way when my flashlight could barely cut through the mist. The trees opened up into a small clearing, and I stopped cold. In the center was Martinez's hat on the ground. Next to it lay his radio, smashed to pieces. A perfect circle of moss surrounded the items, with strange symbols drawn in it, the same patterns I'd seen on the giant redwood. Martinez! I called, my voice swallowed by the fog. Can you hear me? Something moved at the edge of the clearing, a dark shape slipping between trees. Human-sized, but moving wrong, too fluid. Who's there? I aimed my flashlight, but the beam seemed to bend around whatever it was. I stepped into the circle to grab Martinez's hat. As soon as my foot touched the moss, the air grew heavy. The sounds of the forest disappeared completely. I felt like I was underwater, movement slow and difficult. And then I heard the whispers, dozens of voices speaking, just below the level I could understand. They surrounded me, coming from nowhere and everywhere. I snatched up the hat and backed out of the circle. The whispers stopped the moment I was clear of the moss. Looking down at the hat in my hands, I noticed something odd. The inside band where Martinez had written his name was different. It's still, said Martinez, but the handwriting wasn't his. It was more like someone had tried to copy his writing, but didn't quite get it right. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around to see a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. Martinez, I called hopefully. He stepped forward, and relief washed over me. It was him, his ranger uniform, his dark hair, his face. But something was wrong. He moved stiffly, like a puppet, and his eyes, they were cloudy with a faint blue-green glow. "Torres," he said, his voice flat, "you need to come with me. I found something amazing." I backed away slowly. "Martinez, are you okay? What happened to you?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine. Better than fine. I understand now. They showed me what's on the other." "Uzaid!" He held out his hand. "Come with me. I'll show you too." I'd known Martinez for 2 years. He was afraid of heights and loved terrible action movies. He had a daughter starting college next year. The thing in front of me wasn't him. Not really. "Where's the real Martinez?" I demanded. His smile didn't falter. "I am Martinez, just improved. The Mistweavers helped me see more clearly." He took another step toward me. "They can help you too. Don't you want to find your sister?" I gripped my pepper spray. "Stay back. Emily is waiting for you, Vincent," not Martinez said. "She's been waiting for 20 years. I couldn't take it anymore. I sprayed directly at his face. He didn't even blink. The spray passed right through him, like he was made of fog himself. "That won't work on me anymore," he said, still smiling, that empty smile. "Nothing from your world can hurt us once we start to change." I turned and ran. Behind me, not Martinez called out, "You can't run from this, Torres. The solstice is coming. The door will open whether you help us or not." I didn't look back. I just kept running, following my compass, which now pointed firmly toward the ranger station. Night was falling by the time I made it back. The station's lights cut through the fog like a lighthouse. I burst through the door, gasping for breath. Chief, Dawson, and 3 other rangers jumped to their feet. The relief on their faces quickly turned to concern. "Torres, where have you been?" Dawson demanded. "And where's Martinez?" I tried to explain. The Mistweavers, the moss circles, the thing. That looked like Martinez but wasn't. The words tumbled out in a rush that sounded crazy even to my own ears. Dawson exchanged looks with the others. "Torres, you need to sit down. You're not making sense." "I know how it sounds," I said, "but you have to believe me. There's something in the fog-taken people. It took my sister 20 years ago, and now it's got Martinez and those hikers. We found Mia Chen an hour ago," Dawson said quietly. I stopped. "You found her. Where? Is she okay?" "She's at the hospital in Eureka. She was wandering along Highway 101, completely disoriented. Severe hypothermia, dehydration. She doesn't remember anything from the past 2 days." Hope flared in my chest. "And Martinez?" Dawson's face fell. "Still missing. We've got teams searching, but this fog..." She gestured to the windows, where the mist pressed against the glass like a living thing. "It's the worst I've seen in 20 years working here. The timing wasn't lost on me. 20 years. Always 20 years. Chief, I need to show you something," I said, pulling out my phone. I'd taken pictures of the moss circles, the symbols, even one blurry shot of the Mistweaver before it vanished. She looked through them slowly. I couldn't read her expression. "And you say these creatures are taking people into some kind of other dimension?" she finally asked. "I know it sounds impossible." "It doesn't just sound impossible, Torres. It sounds like you need help." Her voice was gentle but firm. "You've been obsessed with your sister's disappearance for 20 years. Now you're seeing monsters in the fog." "I'm not crazy," I said, my voice rising. "I saw them. They have Martinez." "We found this in your cabin," she said, sliding a bottle of pills across the desk. "My prescription sleep medication." Dr. Parker called. "You haven't refilled this in months. You told me yourself you haven't been sleeping well." "This isn't about my insomnia," I insisted. "The Mistweavers are real, and they're planning something big for the winter solstice. That's only 5 days away." Dawson sighed. "I'm putting you on medical leave, Torres. Get some rest. Let us handle the search for Martinez, but that's an order." Her tone left no room for argument. "Anderson will drive you home." I knew that look. I'd seen it all my life. The look that said, "Poor Vincent, still haunted by his sister's ghost." But I also knew what I'd seen. What was still out there in the fog, watching and waiting. As Anderson drove me home, I stared out the window at the forest passing by. The fog swirled and danced, and in it I could see shapes moving, keeping pace with the car. Tall, thin shapes with too many limbs. My compass sat in my lap, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the forest. Not north, never north. Anderson dropped me off with a concerned look and a promise to check on me tomorrow. I waited until his taillights disappeared down the road before pulling out Emily's teddy bear from my backpack. "I'm going to find you," I whispered to it. "Both of you." Inside my cabin, I spread everything on the table. The journal from the first campsite, the photos, my notes from the library, Martinez's hat with the wrong handwriting, and the compass. Pieces of a puzzle I'd been trying to solve for 20 years. As night fell completely, the blue-green lights appeared outside my windows. They seemed brighter now, more numerous. Through the glass, I could see the moss circle around my cabin glowing faintly with the same light. My radio crackled to life on the counter, making me jump. No one should be able to reach me here. I was too far from the station. A voice came. Through the static, Martinez's voice, but wrong somehow, hollow. "Torres," it said, "we need your help. The door is almost ready. Your sister is waiting. All the lost ones are waiting." I picked up the radio with shaking hands. "Who are you, really? What do you want?" "We are travelers," the voice said. "Our world is dying. We need a new home. Your sister showed us the way. She was the first to see us, to help us learn your form." "Where is she?" I demanded. "What have you done with her? She walks between worlds as we do, neither here nor there, but soon we will all be here. The solstice comes. The door opens fully then." Outside, the lights swirled faster. Through my window, I saw 3 tall figures standing at the edge of my yard, their bodies partly transparent like they were made of the fog itself. "We are coming, Vincent Torres," the voice continued. "We have been patient for so long, 20 years of preparation, and you will help us, whether you choose to or not." The radio died. The figures outside remained watching. I grabbed my compass, a flashlight, and Emily's teddy bear. I wasn't going to wait around to be taken. If these things wanted me, they'd have to catch me. There was one person left who might believe me, someone who knew the old stories of these woods better than anyone. If I could reach her before the mist weavers reached me, I might have a chance to stop whatever was coming with the solstice. I slipped out my back door into the foggy night. The fog wrapped around me like wet blankets as I made my way through the forest. I kept off the main trails, moving from tree to tree, stopping to listen for followers. The blue-green lights hovered at the edge of my vision, but kept their distance. My destination was a small house on the edge of the Yurok reservation, about 4 miles from my cabin. Diana Redfeather had worked as a ranger in this park longer than anyone else, over 40 years before retiring last spring. More importantly, she knew the old stories of these woods. The compass guided me true, even when I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. By midnight, I was knocking on Diana's door, soaked with fog moisture and out-of-breath light spilled from her windows, the only bright spot in the misty darkness. The door opened and Diana stood there, her long silver hair braided down her back, her dark eyes sharp as ever. "Vincent Torres," she said, not sounding surprised at all. "I've been expecting you." I blinked. "You have?" She nodded toward the woods behind me. "The fog speaks your name. Come inside quickly." I didn't need to be told twice. She locked the door behind me and drew heavy curtains over the windows. Her living room was warm and small, with a fire burning in the stone fireplace. Books filled every shelf, and bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams. It smelled like pine and something sweet I couldn't name. "Sit," she said. pointing to an armchair. "You look like you've seen the tall ones." I stared at her. "The tall ones? What you call mist weavers." She poured hot tea into a mug and handed it to me. "My people have known about them for generations. They come with the deep fog every 20 years, when the veil between worlds thins." My hands shook around the warm mug. "You believe me about what's in the forest?" Diana sat across from me, her face serious in the firelight. "Of course I believe you. I've seen them too. So did my grandmother and her grandmother before her." She nodded at my compass, and I know what that really is. I looked down at the compass in my hand. "What do you mean?" "It was my father's." "No," Diana said simply. "That compass has been in these woods much longer than your family. It finds its way to those who can see the tall ones, those who can walk between worlds." "Like my sister," I whispered. Diana nodded. 20 years ago, I warned your father about the fog season. He didn't listen. He thought the old stories were just superstition." Her eyes grew sad. "I'm sorry about Emily. She was special. One of the few born with eyes that could see both worlds at once." "She's alive," I said. "Somehow she's alive. The mist weavers, the tall ones, they told me she walks between. What does that mean?" Diana sipped her tea before answering. "It means she exists in both worlds at once, not fully in either. The tall ones need humans like her, like you, bridges between worlds. Why? What do they want? Survival." Diana's voice was solemn. "Their world is dying, a place much like ours but older, fading. They've been coming through in small numbers for generations during the thin times, learning about our world, preparing. I thought of the Not Martinez with his glowing eyes and empty smile. They can look like us now." "They're getting better at it," Diana agreed. "Each cycle, they take a few more people, learn a little more about being human, but they've never been able to stay for long. The doorway closes when the solstice passes." "But this time is different," I said, remembering the radio message. "They said something about the door opening fully." Diana's expression darkened. "There are stories, very old stories about a great crossing, when enough bridges have been built, when the door has been prepared through enough cycles, they can make a permanent opening." Cold fear settled in my stomach. "How many would come through?" "All of them," Diana said simply. "Their entire world would pour into ours." I thought about what that would mean, an invasion not of armies but of something far stranger. Beings that could look like anyone, that could turn people into hollow copies of themselves. "How do we stop them?" I asked. Diana stood and went to a trunk in the corner. From it, she pulled an old leather-bound book with faded symbols on the cover, the same symbols I'd seen in the moss circles. "My grandmother's grandmother wrote this," she said, opening it carefully. "She learned their language, their ways. The tall ones have rules they must follow. They can't cross running water easily. They need human bridges to maintain their form here. And most importantly, the door needs a keeper, someone who can see both worlds." "Emily," I whispered. Diana nodded. "For 20 years, your sister has been the anchor for their doorway. They've been using her to keep the connection between worlds stable, to extend their reach. So if we free Emily..." "The door weakens," Diana finished. "But it won't be enough. The solstice energy is too strong this year. They've prepared too." "Well," she turned pages in the book until she found what she was looking for. A drawing of a circle with symbols around its edge, with a river running through it. "Water is the key," she said. "Fresh, running water creates a boundary they cannot cross. If we can surround their doorway with water at the moment of solstice, we can close it permanently." I studied the drawing. "Where is their doorway?" "You've seen it already," Diana said. "The giant redwood with the arch in its trunk." The image flashed in my mind. The massive tree, the moss symbols, the glimpse of the other world through the tear in the air. "I can find it again," I said, holding up my compass. "This will lead me there." Diana looked at me with concern. Vincent, getting to the doorway will be dangerous. The tall ones will try to stop you. And even if you reach it, freeing your sister won't be simple. She's been with them for 20 years. She may not want to leave. What do you mean? Diana chose her words carefully. Time works differently in their world, and they can change people, make them see things their way. She took my hand. The sister you find may not be the sister you lost. I thought of Not Martinez with his strange movements and glowing eyes. I have to try. I know, Diana sighed. You should rest here tonight. Tomorrow we'll prepare. The solstice is 4 days away. She showed me to a small guest room. Before leaving me, she placed something in my hand, a small pouch filled with herbs and what looked like salt. Keep this with you, she said. It won't stop them, but it will slow them down if they get too close. I collapsed on the bed, exhaustion finally catching up to me. For the first time in days, I felt safe enough to close my eyes. A sound woke me in the darkest part of night. A soft tapping on the window. I opened my eyes to see blue-green lights, floating outside, pulsing gently. The fog pressed against the glass, thicker than ever. As I watched, the fog began to shape itself. First fingers, then a hand, then an arm, pressing against the window like someone trying to get in. The glass frosted over where it touched, patterns spreading across the pane. I reached for the pouch Diana had given me, clutching it tightly. The fog hand withdrew, and in its place, a face formed. A young woman's face, with features I recognized. Even after 20 years, Emily, I whispered. The fog face smiled. Her lips moved, but I couldn't hear her words through the glass. I got up slowly, drawn to the window despite my fear. The face was so perfect, so familiar. Emily as she would have looked if she'd grown up. Her eyes were the same deep brown as mine, except for the faint blue-green glow behind them. Her lips moved again, and this time I could read the words, "Help me, Vince." My childhood nickname. No one had called me that since she disappeared. How? I asked, my hand pressed against the cold glass. Her face moved closer until her forehead almost touched the window where my hand rested. "Let me in," she mouthed. For a moment I nearly did it. My hand moved toward the latch, desperate to reach my sister after 20 years. Then I noticed something wrong. The fog Emily's movements were too smooth, like she was underwater. And behind her, partially hidden in the mist, stood tall, thin shadows watching. I stepped back from the window. "You're not Emily." The fog face's smile didn't falter, but something changed in its eyes, something cold and calculating. "Smart boy," it said, its lips now moving in perfect sync with words I could somehow hear in my head. "But we have your sister, we have your friend, and soon we'll have you too." The face melted away, the fog drawing back from the window. In its place stood one of the mist weavers, its elongated form towering over the windowsill. Tendrils of mist curling from its body. "The solstice comes, Vincent Torres," it said in my mind. "All the doors will open, all the worlds will be one." I clutched the herb pouch tighter, holding it up like a shield. The creature recoiled slightly. "I'm going to stop you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm going to save my sister and close your door." The mist weaver made a sound like distant wind chimes. Laughter, I realized. You cannot stop what has already begun. It pressed, a long, thin hand against the glass. "We have waited centuries for this crossing. This world will be ours." The window frosted over completely, blocking my view of the creature. When the frost melted seconds later, the mistweaver was gone. But the message remained, etched into the frost in curved letters. "We are already here." "They found you," Diana said the next morning, examining the frost patterns on my window. They hadn't melted with the sunrise like normal frost would. "They pretended to be Emily," I said, still shaken by the night's visitation. Diana nodded grimly. They use what we love against us. It's how they've survived so long, finding the cracks in our hearts and slipping through. She handed me a mug of something that smelled like coffee but stronger. Drink this, we have work to do. Over breakfast, Diana spread out an old map of the park. It showed features I'd never seen on modern maps. Circles marked in red ink, paths that didn't exist on any trail guide, and notes in a language I couldn't read. My ancestors have been tracking the tall ones for generations, she explained. Every 20 years, they mark where the crossings happen, where people disappear. She pointed to an area deep in the oldest part of the forest. Their main doorway is here, where that giant redwood stands. But they have smaller openings throughout the park. That's how they move around so quickly. Like the moss circles, I said, thinking of the perfect rings I'd found. Exactly. Each one is a potential doorway. She traced a blue line on the map, a small stream that ran near the giant redwood. This is our best chance. If we can divert this stream to circle their main doorway during the solstice, we might be able to close it for good. I studied the map. That's miles from any road. How do we bring enough equipment to divert a stream? Diana smiled for the first time since I'd arrived. We don't need heavy equipment, just these. She held up what looked like small cloth bags. Seeds. Very special seeds that grow with water. Seeds? Diana, we only have 4 days. Trust me, Vincent. There are forces in these woods besides the tall ones. Not all of them want to see our world changed. She pushed the map toward me. Memorize this. Where the doorways are, where the rangers patrol, where the tall ones will be watching. As I studied the map, Diana packed a bag with supplies, the seed pouches, water bottles, more of the herb mixtures, and a very old-looking knife with symbols carved into its wooden handle. What's that for? I asked, nodding at the knife. Diana's face was grim. Last resort. If they catch us, if they try to take us, this will free us from becoming their puppets. I swallowed hard, understanding what she meant. One more thing, Diana said, reaching into her pocket. She pulled out a compass identical to mine, worn with age. This was my grandmother's, the pair to yours. I took out my compass and held it next to hers. They looked like mirror images, and both needles pointed in the same direction, toward the heart of the forest. They always find their way back together, Diana said softly, just like those who carry them. Outside, the fog waited thicker than ever. Somewhere in its depths, my sister and Martinez were trapped between worlds. And somewhere, the mist weavers were preparing for their crossing. We had 4 days until the winter solstice, 4 days to stop an invasion from another world. I put both compasses in my pocket and shouldered the pack. Let's go, I said. As we stepped outside, the blue-green lights appeared immediately, watching from just beyond the trees. They knew what we were planning, and they weren't going to make it easy. The hunt had begun, but this time I was the hunter. Diana and I moved carefully through the foggy forest, staying off the main trails. The blue-green lights followed us, keeping their distance, but always watching. Sometimes I caught glimpses of tall shapes moving between trees, never getting too close, but never letting us out of their sight either. "They're herding us," Diana whispered as we paused to check the compasses. Both needles pointed steadily deeper into the forest, toward the giant redwood. Notice how they appear whenever we try to change direction. She was right. Every time we veered away from the path the compasses showed, the lights would gather thickly, blocking our way. "They want us to go to the doorway?" I asked, confused. "Why make it easy for us?" Diana's face was grim. "They don't want it to be easy. They want us there on their terms. You're a bridge, Vincent, like your sister. They need you for the crossing." A chill ran through me. "And you? What do they want with you?" "Knowledge," she said simply. "I know how to stop them. That makes me dangerous." We continued walking, the forest growing older the deeper we went. The redwoods here were massive, their trunks wider than cars, their tops lost in the fog above. Moss grew thick on everything, and I noticed more of the perfect circles appearing, some small, just a foot across, others large enough to surround whole trees. "Don't step in the circles," Diana warned. "They're like waiting rooms, places where the barrier between worlds is thinner." I thought of the whispers I'd heard when I stepped into the circle to retrieve Martinez's hat. What happens if you stay in one too long? You start to walk between, like your sister, like your friend Martinez. She glanced at me. "It begins with seeing their world overlaid on ours, then hearing their voices. Then the changes start." We stopped at a small creek to rest and refill our water bottles. The running water seemed to create a safe zone. The blue-green lights stayed well back from its banks. "We need to reach the main doorway by tomorrow night," Diana said, studying her map. "That gives us one full day to prepare before the solstice." "What about Chief Dawson and the other rangers?" I asked. "Shouldn't we warn them?" Diana looked up, her eyes sad. "Vincent, think about what you saw. How many people at the station seemed different to you, moving wrong, speaking oddly?" I thought back to the last time I was at the ranger station. Several rangers had been avoiding eye contact. Dawson had seemed unusually cold. And Martinez had been taken. "You think they're already changing people at the station?" Diana nodded. "The tall ones are smart. They'd target authority first, people who could organize against them." The thought made my stomach twist. "So we're on our own." "We always were," she said, putting away her map. "Now let's move. We need to reach the old fire lookout by nightfall. It's the last safe place before we enter their territory." We crossed the creek and continued our journey. The compasses led us up steeper terrain, where the forest floor gave way to rocky outcroppings. The fog seemed thinner here, offering glimpses of the valley below. "Look," Diana said, pointing downward. Through breaks in the fog, I could see the forest stretching for miles. What caught my eye were the perfect circles visible from above. Dozens of them, different sizes, spread throughout the woods in a pattern that reminded me of a circuit, board, or a map of the stars. "It's bigger than I thought," I whispered. "They've been planning this for generations," Diana replied. "Each cycle, they create more doorways, build more connections. This time they're ready for the full crossing." As the day wore on, the watching presence in the forest grew more obvious. Twice we spotted mistweavers standing openly on the path ahead, their tall forms swaying slightly before dissolving into fog as we approached. By late afternoon, we reached an area where the trees were marked with carvings, old symbols cut deep into the bark, similar to what I'd seen on the giant redwood, but more precise, deliberate. "My ancestors made these," Diana explained, touching one carving gently. Warnings and protections. This was as far as they could go safely. The old fire lookout appeared through the fog as sunset approached, a wooden tower standing on a rocky ledge overlooking the valley. It had been abandoned for decades, its windows boarded up, but it still looked solid. "We'll be safe here tonight," Diana said as we climbed the creaky steps to the platform. "There's a spring inside that bubbles up through the rock. Running water." The inside of the lookout was dusty but dry. Diana lit an old oil lamp she found in a cabinet while I swept away cobwebs. In the center of the single room, just as she'd said, was a small natural spring bubbling up through a crack in the stone floor, forming a tiny stream that ran to a drain in the corner. We ate a cold dinner of energy bars and dried fruit. Through the windows, we could see the fog growing thicker as darkness fell, the blue-green lights gathering around the tower like curious fireflies. "Get some sleep," Diana said. "I'll take first watch." I tried to rest, but sleep wouldn't come. In the quiet of the tower, with just the sound of the bubbling spring, my mind kept going back to Emily. What would she be like after 20 years with the Mistweavers? Would she even recognize me? Would she want to be saved? "You're thinking about your sister," Diana said softly from her post by the window. I sat up. What was she like before she disappeared? Diana smiled sadly. Bright, curious. She would see things other people missed. I remember once she came to my station to show me a perfect circle of mushrooms she'd found. She asked me if fairies made it. Her smile faded. A week later, she vanished. "And you knew what took her?" Diana nodded. "I tried to warn your parents. Told them to keep her away from the forest during the fog season, but they thought it was just superstition. How do we free her?" I asked. "If she's been their anchor for 20 years? Diana was quiet for a long moment. "The compasses," she finally said. "They're connected to her somehow. When they come together at the doorway, they create a pull strong enough to draw someone back from between worlds. And that will close the door?" "It might," she said. "Or it might just weaken it enough for us to use the water to seal it completely." She looked at me seriously. "But Vincent, you need to be prepared. Emily has been with them a long time. She might not want to come back." "She's my sister," I said firmly. "I'm not leaving without her." Diana didn't argue. She just turned back to the window, watching the lights dance in the fog. I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of forests where the trees grew upside down, and the sky was filled with swirling lights. A crash woke me. I sat up to find the lookout dark, the oil lamp extinguished. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like a solid thing. "Diana?" I called, fumbling for my flashlight. "No." Enter. The beam of my light swept the small room. Diana wasn't there. The door to the lookout platform stood open, swinging gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. I grabbed the compasses and my pack, then stepped cautiously onto the platform. "Diana?" The fog was so thick I could barely see the railing in front of me. The blue-green lights swarmed around the tower, more numerous than before, moving in agitated patterns. Something was wrong. I could feel it in the air, a tension like the moment before lightning strikes. "Vincent!" The voice came from below the platform, familiar but wrong somehow, hollow, distant. I looked down to see Diana standing at the base of the tower, but even from here I could tell it wasn't really her. She stood too still and her eyes glowed with that blue-green light. "They got to you," I said, my heart sinking. Not Diana smiled. "They showed me the truth. Their world is beautiful, Vincent, full of wonders we can't imagine." She held out her hand. "Come down, let me show you." "Where's the real Diana?" I demanded. "I am Diana," she insisted. "Just more now. The tall ones don't hurt us. They complete us." I backed away from the railing. "I don't believe you." Her smile faded. "Then you leave us no choice." The wood beneath. My feet groaned. I looked down to see the platform's boards bulging upward, as if something was pushing from below. Thick strands of fog, solid as rope, burst through the cracks, reaching for my ankles. I jumped back, nearly falling. More fog ropes crashed through the windows, the boards, the roof, all reaching for me. The blue-green lights pulsed frantically, and in their glow I could see dozens of mist weavers surrounding the tower, their long arms raised as if conducting the fog's movement. I had seconds before they would be on me. My eyes darted around, desperately, and landed on the spring in the center of the room. The running water, Diana had said, would protect us. I lunged for my pack, grabbing one of the seed pouches Diana had prepared. Then I ran to the spring, tearing open the pouch and dumping the seeds into the bubbling water. For a moment, nothing happened. The fog ropes slithered closer. Then the spring water turned silvery blue. The bubbling increased, water rising faster and faster until it spilled across the floor. Where it touched the fog ropes, they hissed and recoiled like snakes from fire. The water kept coming, impossible amounts from the tiny spring, spreading across the entire platform. I climbed onto a shelf as it rose to my ankles, then my knees. Outside, the mist weavers made that wind chime sound, but this time it wasn't laughter, it was alarm. The water burst from the windows and doors of the lookout tower, cascading down like a waterfall. The not Diana figure below screamed, a high, inhuman sound, and dissolved into mist. I had to get out before the tower collapsed under the flood. With water still pouring from the impossible spring, I climbed out a window onto the exterior. Ladder. The mist weavers had retreated, driven back by the water now flowing down the rocky ledge in streams. My feet hit the ground and I ran, following the pull of the compasses, splashing through the newly formed streams that would keep the entities at bay, at least for a while. Dawn was breaking as I reached the edge of a clearing and stopped to catch my breath. In the distance, through thinning fog, I could see it. The giant redwood with the arched trunk, standing alone in the center of the largest moss circle I'd ever seen, the main doorway, where Emily waited, where everything would be decided in just 2 days when the solstice came. I checked my pack. I still had the remaining seed pouches and my water. Diana was gone, but her compass remained with mine, both pointing steadily to the great tree ahead. I was alone now, the last hope of stopping whatever was coming through that door. As the sun rose higher, burning away some of the fog, I could see movement around the giant redwood. Tall, thin figures gathering, preparing. And in the arched trunk, a shimmer in the air that wasn't quite fog, wasn't quite light. The door was already starting to open. I spent that day watching the giant redwood from a safe distance, hidden in a cluster of ferns. The tree seemed to pulse. With life, the moss symbols on its trunk glowing faintly even in daylight. Around it, the mist weavers moved with purpose, their tall forms sometimes solid, sometimes dissolving into fog. They were preparing something. In the moss circle surrounding the tree, they had arranged stones in patterns matching the symbols. Blue-green lights drifted in slow spirals above the clearing, growing brighter as the day went on. I reviewed Diana's map, looking for the stream she had mentioned. It was about a quarter-mile east of my position, close enough to divert, but far enough that the mistweavers wouldn't notice me working. As evening approached, I snuck away from my hiding spot, following the pull of the compasses until I found the stream, a narrow channel of clear water flowing over rocks. Using a small folding shovel from my pack, I began to dig, widening the stream bed in places, building small dams of stone and earth in others. The work was slow and tiring, but by nightfall I had created a path that would guide the water toward the giant redwood. Once the dams were broken, I returned to my hiding place to rest, eating the last of my food. Tomorrow was the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. According to Diana, the door would fully open at sunset when day surrendered to the longest night. I must have dozed off despite my efforts to stay awake, because I woke suddenly to a soft voice calling my name. Vincent, wake up, Vincent. I opened my eyes to find the forest dark around me, lit only by the blue-green glow that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Sitting on a fallen log just a few feet away was a young woman. My heart stopped. It was Emily, not the fog copy I'd seen at Diana's window, but Emily as she should look now, in her 30s. Her dark hair was longer than she used to wear it, and her face had matured, but her eyes were the same deep brown. I remembered, except now they held knowledge and sadness no normal person should have. Emily? I whispered, afraid to believe it was really her. She smiled sadly. It's me, Vince. It's really me this time. I wanted to run to her, to hug her, but caution held me back. How do I know it's really you? You broke my Barbie dream house when I was 9, she said. Mom and Dad never found out because I said the cat did it. You gave me your allowance. For a month to make up for it. Tears filled my eyes. No one else could know that story. Emily, you're alive, she nodded. In a way, I've been between for a long time. She gestured at the air around us. Their world and ours, both at once. It's beautiful and terrible. I moved closer, still hesitant. What happened to you that day in the forest? I saw them watching me, she said simply. The tall ones. I'd been seeing them for weeks, but that day, they finally showed themselves. Completely. Her voice took on a distant quality. They needed a bridge, someone who could see both worlds naturally. That was me. They took you, I said, anger rising in my chest. They showed me, she corrected gently, showed me their world, their struggle. Their home is dying, Vincent. A beautiful world of light and mist, fading away like a dream after waking. So they're just going to take our world instead, I demanded. Emily sighed. They want to share it, to merge the worlds, bring their knowledge, their beauty here. By turning people into puppets? I thought of not Martinez, not Diana. By making copies that aren't really human. Those are just temporary, Emily insisted. Once the crossing is complete, they won't need to borrow forms. They'll be fully here, fully themselves. I studied my sister's face. She believed what she was saying, but something felt wrong. How many will come through? She hesitated. All of them. Their entire world will merge with ours. And what happens to us? To humans? Again, that hesitation. Some will change. Some won't. The strong ones will adapt. And the weak ones, I pressed. Emily looked away. Nothing worth having comes without sacrifice. The Emily I knew would never have said that. 20 years with the Mistweavers had changed her more than I'd feared. I can't let that happen, I said quietly. I'm going to close the door, Emily, and I'm taking you home. She smiled sadly. I am home, Vincent. I've been their doorkeeper for 20 years. I'm the bridge that holds worlds together. She reached out and touched my hand. Her skin felt cool, not quite solid. But they need you now. The door has grown too large for one keeper. I pulled my hand away. That's why you're here? To convince me to join you, to save you, she corrected. When the solstice comes, the change will sweep through this world like fire. Those who aren't prepared will be lost. Not dead, but not alive either. Just empty. Like Martinez? Like Diana? Emily nodded. They fought it. You don't have to. Join me willingly and you'll keep yourself, your memories. We can be together again, Vince. Family. Part of me wanted to say yes, to be with my sister again after 20 years of searching, but I thought of the world outside these woods, billions of people who had no idea what was coming. I can't, I said finally, and I don't think the real Emily would want me to. Something flickered across her face, anger quickly hidden. I am the real Emily, just more now. The same words not Diana had used. A chill ran down my spine. Where are the compasses? She asked suddenly, looking at my pack. I tensed. Diana had said the compasses were key to closing the door, and apparently to opening it fully too. Safe, I said carefully. Emily stood, and for a moment, her form seemed to flicker, human 1 second, something taller and thinner the next. The solstice is tomorrow at sunset, she said, her voice changing subtly, becoming more musical, less human. Bring the compasses to the door, be part of something wonderful. She began to back away into the darkness, or watch everyone you care about become empty shells. Emily, wait, I called, but she was already gone, dissolving into the mist. Like the mist weavers themselves, I sat alone in the dark, trying to process what had happened. My sister was alive but changed. She had become one of them, or something in between, and tomorrow at sunset they would try to force their world fully into ours. I had to stop them. But could I do it if it meant losing Emily forever? Morning came with thin sunlight filtering through fog that never fully lifted. I checked my work on the stream one last time, making sure the dams would break easily when the time came. Then I approached the edge of the clearing with the giant redwood, staying hidden behind thick ferns. In daylight, I could see the doorway more clearly, the arch in the trunk now filled with what looked like moving glass. showing flashes of another world. A world of endless mist and floating lights, where trees grew sideways and the ground itself seemed made of fog. The mist weavers gathered around it, at least a dozen of them, their bodies sometimes solid, sometimes transparent. Among them moved human figures with glowing eyes, not Diana, not Martinez, and others I recognized from the ranger station and nearby towns. All had that same blank expression, that same smooth way of moving, and standing before the door was Emily. In daylight, she looked more human, but still not quite right. Too still, too perfect, like a photograph come to life. I waited, watching. The solstice sunset was hours away. I needed to get closer to the door without being seen, close enough to use Diana's seeds and break the dams to bring water through the clearing. As noon approached, I noticed something odd. The mist weavers and their human puppets were all facing the door, as if listening to something coming from the other side. Even Emily stood still, head tilted toward the shimmer in the air. This was my chance. Moving slowly, I crept around the edge of the clearing, using trees for cover. The moss circle was just 10 feet ahead. I would have to cross it to reach the tree. I took out both compasses. The needles spun wildly now, confused by their closeness to the door. Diana had said they would create a pull when brought together. At the doorway, strong enough to draw someone back from between worlds. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the moss circle. Immediately the air changed. Sounds became muffled, and the edges of my vision blurred. The world seemed to double. I could see the forest, but also glimpses of that other place, the world of mist and floating lights. The mist weavers still hadn't noticed me. Whatever was happening at the door had their complete attention. I crept closer, step by slow step. 5 feet from the tree now. 4. 3. Something moved in the shimmering air of the doorway. A shape larger than the others, pressing against the barrier between worlds. The mist weavers made their wind chime sound, but this time it felt like worship. My foot snapped a twig. Emily's head turned. Our eyes met. "Vincent," she said, her voice carrying easily across the clearing despite its softness. All the mist weavers turned as one, their blank faces fixing on me. "He has the compasses," Emily said. "Bring him to me." The human puppets started moving toward me first. Not Diana, not Martinez and others, all walking with that too smooth gait. Behind them, the mist weavers glided across the moss, their long limbs reaching forward. I broke into a run, heading for the giant redwood. If I could reach the door, use the compasses. Something caught my ankle. I fell hard, the breath knocked from my lungs. Looking back, I saw fog solidified into a rope wrapped around my leg. It pulled, dragging me across the moss toward the waiting creatures. I clutched the compasses tightly in one hand, fumbling in my pack with the other. My fingers closed around one of Diana's seed pouches. "Don't fight, Vincent," Emily called. "It'll only make it harder." The fog rope dragged me to the center of the clearing. Mist weavers surrounded me, their tall forms blocking out the sky. Not Martinez and not Diana grabbed my arms, pulling me to my feet. Their hands felt cold, not quite solid. Emily approached, looking almost completely human in the fading afternoon light. "The compasses, Vincent, give them to me." I could barely speak, fear closing my throat. The mist weavers pressed closer, their misty bodies giving off that blue-green light. Through the door in the tree, I could see more of them gathering on. The other side, countless shapes waiting to cross over. "Why?" I managed to ask. "Why our world?" "Because yours is strong," Emily said simply, "full of life and water and sunlight, things their world once had before it began to fade. And what happens to the people who don't change, who can't become like you?" Her expression softened. "They'll sleep. Dream beautiful dreams of light and mist. It's painless, Vincent. A mercy. Billions of people just dreaming forever. That's not mercy, it's death," Emily frowned. "The compasses, Vincent. The solstice approaches. The crossing cannot be stopped now. The sun was sinking, I realized. Maybe an hour until sunset, until the door opened fully. "You said you need me," I said desperately, "as a second doorkeeper, so you need me willing, right?" Emily hesitated, then nodded. "Then let me see," I demanded. "Show me this wonderful world you want to bring here. Let me decide for myself." She studied my face, then smiled slightly. Always so stubborn. "Fine." She gestured to the creatures holding me. "Release him." Their grip loosened. I stumbled forward, still clutching the compasses and the seed pouch. Emily held out her hand. "Come, look through the door." I approached slowly, my heart pounding. The shimmering air in the tree's arch pulsed like a living thing. Up close, I could see the other side more clearly. A vast landscape of mist and drifting lights, with strange formations that might have been trees or buildings or something with no name in our world. "It's beautiful," I admitted. "It's dying," Emily said softly. "They're the last of their kind. Without this crossing, they'll fade away completely." I glanced at the sky. The sun touched the treetops now. Maybe 30 minutes until sunset. "The compasses," Emily said, holding out her hand. "It's time." I looked at the two identical compasses in my palm. Diana had said they were connected to Emily somehow, that together at the doorway they created a pull, strong enough to draw someone back from between worlds, or maybe strong enough to close a door. "I'm sorry, Emily," I whispered. Before she could react, I pressed the compasses together and thrust them into the shimmering air of the doorway. Light exploded outward. The compasses fused together, becoming a single glowing object. The air in the arch rippled violently. Emily screamed, not in pain, but in rage. "What have you done?" The mist-weavers surged forward, their forms solidifying. The human puppets grabbed at me. I tore open the seed pouch and flung the contents into the air. The tiny seeds scattered across the moss circle. "It's too late," Emily hissed, her form flickering between human and something taller, thinner. "The door is already opening. You've only made it unstable." She was right. The shimmering air was tearing now, the opening growing larger. Through it I could see thousands of lights, thousands of tall shapes pressing forward. I had seconds to act. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my emergency flare gun, the one all rangers carried, aimed it at the sky, fired. The red flare shot upward, arcing over the trees to the east, where I had spent hours preparing the stream. The flare hit exactly where I'd aimed, on the largest of my makeshift dams. It exploded in a shower of sparks that lit the dry leaves I'd piled there. Fire spread quickly, eating through the leaves and branches, holding back the water. The dam broke with a crack like thunder. Water rushed downhill, following the channel I had dug. It raced toward the clearing, toward the giant redwood and the unstable door. Emily saw it coming. Her eyes widened. "No!" The mistweavers scattered, moving away from the approaching water. Their human puppets stood confused. The connection to their masters suddenly broken. The first wave of water hit the edge of the moss circle just as the sun disappeared below the horizon. The solstice had arrived. The door was fully open, and the water was flowing straight toward it. The water surged across the moss circle, heading straight for the giant redwood. Where it touched, the blue-green light sizzled and went out. The perfectly formed moss wilted and shrank away. "Stop it!" Emily screamed, her body shifting rapidly between human and something else, something taller with too many limbs. "You don't know what you're doing?" All around us, chaos erupted. The mistweavers moved frantically, trying to avoid the spreading water. Their human puppets stood frozen, eyes blinking rapidly, as if waking from a deep sleep. In the door, the merged compasses pulsed brighter, spinning so fast they were just a blur of light. The shimmering air around them cracked like glass, fractures spreading outward. I had to get away from the tree before whatever was going to happen happened. But as I turned to run, something caught my arm. It was Emily, her face flickering between the sister I remembered and something alien. If you close it now, I'll be trapped between forever, she said, her voice distorted. Is that what you want? Water flowed around our feet, rising quickly. The seeds I'd scattered were sprouting at impossible speed, growing into silver blue. Plants that spread through the water, making it glow. Come back with me, I begged, grabbing her hand. Be my sister again, be Emily. She looked at our joined hands, then at the failing door. Indecision crossed her face. Behind her, the largest mist weaver I'd seen yet emerged partially through the door, a towering figure twice as tall as the others. Its body glowed from within, and where the water touched it, steam rose with a hiss. The elder comes, Emily whispered, awe and fear in her voice. The crossing cannot be stopped now. But it was being stopped. The water had reached the base of the tree, flowing through the arch of the doorway itself. Where it touched the shimmering air, the barrier between worlds rippled violently. The giant mist weaver, the elder, reached out with impossibly long arms, trying to pull itself fully through the door. Its face had no features I could recognize, just swirling patterns of light that somehow conveyed rage. The compasses, I said suddenly, understanding coming to me. They're the key. Diana said they could pull you back. I splashed through the rising water to the tree, reaching for the merged compasses still floating in the doorway. They burned my fingers when I touched them, but I didn't let go. Vincent, don't, Emily cried, but it was too late. I pulled the compasses from the doorway. Light exploded outward, knocking me off my feet. I fell into the water. The compasses clutched to my chest. The door in the tree began to collapse, the edges of the opening shrinking inward. The elder mist weaver let out a sound like 1,000 wind chimes shattering. Its body caught half in, half out of our world. Emily stood between me and the tree, her form unstable, shifting between human and mist weaver from one heartbeat to the next. Make your choice, Emily, I shouted over the roar of water and the screaming of the creatures. Come home with me or stay with them. She looked at the collapsing door, at the elder struggling to either pull through or retreat back. Then she looked at me, her brother, holding out my hand to her. For a moment, her form stabilized, becoming fully human again. Tears ran down her face. I don't know if I can, she said, her voice breaking. I've been their bridge for so long. I'm not sure what's left of me is human anymore. Try, I urged. Please, Emily, try. She reached for my hand just as the water surged higher, now waist-deep and still rising. The compasses in my other hand pulsed with light, pulling toward her like magnets. Our fingers touched, the compasses flared blindingly bright. I felt Emily's hand become solid in mine, warm and real for the first time. A scream like tearing metal filled the air. The elder mistweaver was being pulled back through the closing door, its long arms grasping at anything, catching hold of not Martinez and not Diana. They screamed as it dragged them with it, their forms dissolving back into mist. All around us, the remaining mistweavers were fleeing, some diving back through the shrinking door, others dissolving into the fog. The human puppets they left behind collapsed like marionettes with cut strings, falling into the swirling water. The door was almost closed now, just a small tear in the air where once the arch had been. Through it, I caught one last glimpse of that other world, beautiful and terrible, a place of endless mist and light that was already growing dimmer. Then it was gone. The tear sealed with a sound like a thunderclap. The giant redwood stood whole and ordinary once more, just a tree with a curved trunk. The water began to recede, flowing back toward the stream bed, carrying the strange blue plants with it. The fog thinned, allowing stars to shine through overhead. I looked at Emily, still gripping my hand. She was solid now, fully human, but changed. Her hair had streaks of silver in it. Her eyes, though still brown, held depths no normal persons should. Are you you? I asked hesitantly. She smiled shakily. I think so, mostly. She looked around at the clearing, at the bodies lying in the shallow water. They'll wake up soon. They'll be confused, but themselves again. And the mist weavers, gone, she said softly. Back to their dying world. The door is closed now and will be for a long time. She looked down at the compasses in my hand, now separated again into two identical instruments. These won't point to them anymore. I put an arm around her shoulders. She felt too thin, almost fragile. Let's go home, Emily, she leaned against me. I'm not sure where that is anymore. We'll figure it out, I promised. Together. The official story was that a hidden underground gas pocket had been released in the forest, causing hallucinations and disorientation. The victims, over 30 people including Martinez, Diana and several other rangers, were treated for exposure and confusion at Eureka General Hospital. No one remembered being taken over by fog creatures from another dimension. No one except me and Emily. Chief Dawson put me on extended leave, concerned about my extreme stress reaction to the events. I didn't argue. I had more important things to do, like helping my sister adjust to a world she hadn't been fully part of for 20 years. My parents, now in their 70s and living in Arizona, couldn't believe it when I called. They flew up immediately, the reunion at the airport full of tears and questions we could never fully answer. Lost in the woods all this time? My mother kept asking. How did you survive? Emily just smiled and held her hand. It's a long story, Mom. Maybe someday I'll tell you all of it. She moved into my cabin while we figured out what to do next. Most nights I'd find her sitting on the porch, staring at the stars with wonder in her eyes. They don't have stars there, she told me one night. Just lights that move with purpose, never random, never free. She didn't talk much about her time with the mist weavers, and I didn't push. Sometimes she'd wake up screaming, convinced she was being pulled back between. I'd sit with her until she remembered she was home, safe. Other times, I'd catch her staring at the forest with something like longing. Do you miss it? I asked her once. Their world. She thought for a long time before answering. Parts of it. It was beautiful in ways I can't describe, and I was important there. Special. She looked at me. But it wasn't home. It wasn't where I belonged. 2 months after that night at the giant redwood, Diana came to visit. She had recovered physically, but like Emily, remembered everything. The mist weavers had only partially changed her before my escape from the lookout tower. The compasses are quiet now, she said, examining the 2 identical instruments that now sat on my mantelpiece. The needles pointed steadily north like normal compasses should. The door is truly closed. Could they try again? I asked. In another 20 years, Diana shook her head. What you did was more than close one door. You sealed the boundary between worlds completely. The water and those seeds, they were from the oldest time when the worlds first separated. They reminded the universe where the boundaries should be. So it's over? Emily asked, a mix of relief and something else in her voice. This crossing is, Diana said carefully. But there are other doors to other places. The world is full of thin spots where different realities touch. She smiled slightly. Why do you think rangers are stationed at so many forgotten corners of wilderness? She left us with a card containing a phone number. When you're ready, she told us, there are people who could use your experience, people who watch the thin places and keep them safe. Emily and I looked at each other. We'd both seen things no one should have to see, experienced things beyond normal understanding. But we'd also glimpsed wonders few humans ever would. The card sat on our counter for weeks, while Emily continued to heal, to remember how to be human, while I tried to understand that my 20-year search was finally over and what that meant for my life. Then, one morning in early spring, when the fog rolled in from the coast, normal fog, just water in the air, Emily picked up the card. I think I'm ready, she said, to help others, to use what I know. I looked at my sister, lost and found, changed, but still Emily. Then I'm ready too. She smiled. The first full, genuine smile I'd seen since bringing her home. "So, big brother, ready to hunt some monsters?" I hugged her tight, grateful beyond words to have her back, "as long as we're together." That night, for the first time in 20 years, I slept without dreaming of fog or searching endless forests. The compasses on the mantel stayed pointed steadily north. The windows remained clear of frost patterns or pressing hands. But somewhere, in other forgotten corners of wilderness, other fogs were gathering. Other doors were waiting to be found. And now, Emily and I would be ready for them.